just kicked off. Good evening. I now call the Sherborn Board of Health meeting of May 6, 2026 to order. This is a virtual meeting, and per state law, board members are required to announce their presence. We shall do so via alphabetical roll call. Daryl, if you'd like to start.
Sure. Daryl Beardsley, present.
Steve Constantine, present.
Julie Dreyfus, present.
Diana Hook, present.
Julie, Rebecca just texted me. I'm sending her the link right now.
Okay. How about when she's logged in, Sarah, if you can just get us to pause and we'll announce her presence. All right. I wanted to check in with Daryl and staff. We have a couple of items here in blue that I think were originally on the draft agenda posted Friday. I think they came off and then were put back on Tuesday. Daryl, do we need to have a motion to add these items since this update was posted less than 48 hours? What do you think?
The one under agent's business can come up differently and be added differently. That's the way it's been done for decades.
Okay.
Other items that need to be handled differently.
Okay. So tonight we have a scheduled variance hearing at 7:30. We have a number of agents' business, of which I know we have folks waiting for, as well as administrators' business and a number of food permits. Let's see. I think we should start with our agents' business and try to take some folks who are here and just recognize folks that we will have a hard stop at 7:30 for our variance hearing. Let's see, Mark, of the folks on your business, do you see who's here? Because I don't always necessarily know who it is. Oh, and I see
55 Maple, I'm here.
155 Maple is here. Rebecca, I think I see you. We just need you to verbally announce your presence for the meeting, please. We do not have your audio. We still do not have your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Can you please announce your presence?
Yes, this is Rebecca Honeywell. I am present for the meeting.
Thank you. Okay. We have 155 Maple. We have Mark. Who else do we have here? Mark, you're muted as well.
I'm back. I see Graham Hennessy here for 19 Peckham Hill Road. I see Juliet Bench here for 45 Rockwood. And I'm not for sure if we have 102
Yep. Sorry.
Washington Street. Is that you? You're here? Okay.
Yep. We're here too, 102 Washington.
Okay.
Thank you. But I don't know who got here first, so.
All right.
All right.
We should have
And also, obviously, we have Julie from 155 Maple Street as well.
Right. Let's see. And Sarah, do you have, if it's easy for you to pull up, otherwise, Mark, why don't we just, since we have 20 minutes before our business, why don't we just determine an order so people can have a sense of when we're going to take them?
Okay. Well, we have Julie Morrow here from 155 Maple Street. She would be the first person on my agent's business if we want to handle that.
Okay. So why don't you're proposing to maybe take them in order?
Yeah, I think I don't know who got here first, and I apologize.
Okay.
But
except for we have I guess two. So why don't we do this, folks, for the people who are here, just to give you a sense of timing, if it helps you for your evening. We'll take 155 Maple first. If we have time before our 7:30 scheduled variance hearing, we'll then take 19 Peckham Hill Road. If we do not get to 19 Peckham Hill before 7:30, we should be able to pick that up at about 7:45, 7:50 is my guess, maybe even slightly earlier. We'll then take 45 Rockwood, and then we'll take 102 Washington. And I would anticipate that these items will at least take 10 minutes apiece, potentially twice that. if that gives you a sense of timing. I don't see anyone here for the Sherborn Outer, I guess the fireside.
I don't either. I did see the engineer. I don't know if he's here for 73 Forest Street, but Desheng Wang has shown up. But
Oh, and Dishing is here too. Okay.
so I'm not sure if he's
Um,
representing 73 Forest Street or not.
Yes,
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Desheng.
yeah, thank you.
So
So,
then-
yeah. Mark, I got your
I
message. I
believe-
was just running between meetings. I couldn't pick it up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Deshang is representing 19 Peckham Hill Road, right? That's
Yes, yes,
So he's here for 2 items.
right.
oh, okay.
Right.
Got it.
Then we're going to do a small rearrange, folks, just because I'm trying to be efficient with time, and I know folks are probably paying for Desheng's time here. After we'll take 19 Peckham Hill Road, and then we'll take 73 Forest Street, then
Okay.
45 Rockwood, and then 102 Washington.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Does
you.
that help folks with the flow of your evening?
Yes, very much.
All right. Okay. So why don't we start with 155 Maple Street?
Okay.
Mark, would you like to go ahead with that
Yes.
one?
We were hoping that that 155 Maple Street would have been on tomorrow night's Conservation Commission's meeting agenda. And I was informed by the conservation agent at the beginning of the week that they had not applied appropriately and they need to do some additional work with the Conservation Commission agent. But she did explain the deadline for the next meeting, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. They need to get the information to her tomorrow being May 7th, and then they'll hold it on the May 21st Conservation Commission agenda. I believe if that's the case, it's going to take till May 21st to schedule the soil testing, which would probably be either at the end of May or beginning of June. So it appears to me if they're to have that done, they would have to have a plan designed and approved and installed by the end of June. I believe they're going to need another extension.
How about if we wait and see how it goes after the Concom meeting?
Okay.
If we're going to be making an adjustment, and depending on what the outcome of that meeting is, maybe,
Sure.
you know, if we extend it now, we don't really know what their decision is going to be. So
That's a good point, Daryl.
that
And
makes sense.
yeah, and it would be our June meeting that we'd make a decision because unfortunately, conservation meets the day after we meet. And so it would have to be that meeting in June where the board makes a decision. But that seems appropriate.
Right. That seems fine to me as well. But for the board, I just want to have a momentary discussion here. I'd like to note for this property that this property was changed hands back in, it was either May or July of 2024. Under state law, they have to have done a Title V, and if they have a failed system, must replace it within 2 years. We are coming up against that deadline. Now, they didn't have a Title V at the time of sale, but they did provide that later. This item has come before our board starting in early December of 2025. So it's been 5 months, and we do not have even approved soil testing. The rate at which we are making progress is not sufficient given the public health risk. We have a failed system sitting in groundwater. This is not an acceptable rate. So Ms. Morrow, what can we do to facilitate this for you? Because right now it is not going fast enough.
We've been in the town hall a few weeks ago and I paid the fee and I passed everything to my engineer. So I'm out of the town. I'll be back only in 3 weeks. And because I work like a lot of states, I've never been to town. And I told him to participate in everything. I'm already paying him everything. I'm already paying him design. I'm already paying him to do the new septic. I don't know why they don't answer you guys. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with him.
Can you tell us who your engineer is again?
Paul?
Can you tell us his last name, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I think you said Paul. Is it Paul Sanier?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Board members, I think one of the things we need to consider here is if we do not see forward action in a timely fashion, given that we have not seen that in the last 5 months, what our enforcement mechanisms are. What I would propose for us to consider for our next meeting, if we do not have soil testing scheduled, is that we would need to seek, I would recommend to the board that we seek guidance from town council about what the appropriate steps are for seeking a court order. I'm wondering what board members feel about that.
Okay.
Julie, I'm actually asking the board members. So fellow board members, what do you think about that in the event we do not have forward movement by next meeting?
I would support it. It's already, we're coming close to 2 years.
Yes. And given the severity of the issue, it's important. I agree. And there apparently needs to be some more motivation. And Mark, have you had any discussions with Paul about this?
I have not.
Schedule?
I spoke to
Okay.
Paul when we were planning to schedule it about a month ago, and then Conservation indicated that the administrative approval had to go through a request for determination. So that changed everything. But then what I've been told is that, according to Joyce Hastings, the Conservation Commission agent, the application was not filed properly. And that's why I would ask Julie to call Joyce Hastings tomorrow to get that resolved. She's the conservation officer. And, get that completed and then get it on. By getting that application completed, they can be on the Conservation Commission meeting on May 21st. And with that said, once that decision's made, I can schedule the soil testing with Paul Saunier.
And there are two things too. So Julie, either Joyce at the Conservation Commission could probably guide you through the application process, and Paul Saunier has done this in the past and might also be able to do that.
It sounds like potentially some of the hangup is communication back and forth with the engineer and either the homeowner or the town, from what Miss Morrow was describing. But just to finish our check-in with board members, I've heard Diana and Daryl agree that if we don't have forward progress by next meeting, we should seek guidance from town council. I want to check in with Steve and Rebecca on their thoughts.
I can talk a little bit to it. So from what it sounds like, we don't have a date for when soil testing is going to take place. Is that right, Mark?
That is correct. I cannot schedule that until we have confirmation from the Conservation Commission itself.
And what's the deadline, the date?
Well, supposedly they were supposed to be on tomorrow night's Conservation Commission agenda.
No, I'm sorry. What's the date that we said?
I believe we gave them to the end of June.
End of June.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot of work to be done in that time period, but especially getting the plan completed and then having it installed. So it's up to the applicant and her company she hired to get working with the Conservation Commission so I can get the soil testing scheduled.
Right. I guess what I'd like to see is some milestone dates for the work that needs to be done, and see if we can hit those along the way through the end of June. I don't know if that's something that Paul and the applicant can put together.
They should be able to, and I'm hoping Julie will call Colonial Engineering out of Medway, where Paul Saunier works, and let them know she's under some deadlines and they need to activate. And Julie, find out whatever you need to do too with the conservation agent tomorrow. If you can't reach her, contact us tomorrow morning. It's a matter of just processing that form according to the conservation agent. That's Joyce Hastings, and she said it's not properly completed.
So Mark, is it sound, I guess the rest of the board, does it sound reasonable to get a list of milestone dates between now and the end of June, and to have those presented at the next board meeting, just so we've got a clear understanding of what work's going to be done when?
Yes, I would ask one of the milestones be conservation approval and the soil testing completed by mid-June.
Right.
And then the next milestone would be septic system completed and approved by mid-July, because now, it usually takes them 30 days to get a septic plan ready. And then installation by the end of August. I think that's very generous and very much concerning that it's not done already. But that's just looking at reality. I don't think it could be any different at this point.
Okay. So if we could get, my take on it is if we can get those dates and that commitment by the next meeting, and then if we don't get that, then we approach the board, the select board.
Yes. Yeah.
What I was proposing is to reach out to town council for guidance on what enforcement mechanisms are available to us. What I would say, Steve, is that we actually have been setting some of those goals. We had set a deadline or a dates for testing to occur in March. It did not. We expected then 30 days for a plan to be designed. I recognize that there are a series of iterations after a plan is designed for it to be approvable. That can just take time. As far as installers being available to actually be on site, that is beyond the homeowner's control. I understand that. But right now, the ball is in the court of the property owner as well as their engineer, and it's just not moving forward. And so while I respect the idea of having these milestones, we've kind of tried that and it's still not working. So we can do it one more time. I'm open to that, but we have not discussed enforcement, and I really think that we need to be talking about it at this point. We have a failed system sitting in groundwater.
Right.
This is a public health risk.
So could we pursue both paths, get a new set of milestone dates, and then also pursue the path with the select board?
Sure. So can you articulate clearly for Ms. Morrow what you're asking?
So the dates they've missed, I think the key one is they haven't had soil testing done. So let's get a hard date for soil testing. Let's get a hard date for when conservation is going to do their sign off, and then the other steps, as Mark stated, through August to get the septic in place.
So I think we know that they have by tomorrow to complete the application with the conservation agent to be on the meeting of May 21st with conservation. That approval is necessary for their soil testing. They can then schedule with Mark as soon as the engineer can have an excavator on site to be able to do the testing. Once that's completed, then it's in the engineer's court to basically design the system and then bring it to us, of which Mark is saying it takes about 30 days. I think that's fair.
Okay. Yep.
Although I would
think,
like,
go ahead, Daryl.
I was going to say, I'd like there to be a sense of urgency with this. So I agree with, the timeline that Mark laid out. However, that's under normal circumstances. I would like there to be a sense of urgency for this because it is not a good situation to have ongoing. I don't know how much the system is being used right now, but it is an issue for neighbors potentially, and certainly for the folks in that residence.
Rebecca, we haven't
I
heard
think
from-
I would rather hear a timeline that they feel is as aggressive as they can get.
I agree with that.
I just want to go ahead, Rebecca.
I have a question. The homeowner says that she works out of state and there's been very little response. Is there anyone living in the house?
Ms. Morrow, can you respond to that?
Yes, my husband.
Okay, so he's using a failed septic system, right? Why, even though he's living there?
Can you say again, please?
So your husband is using a failed septic system. Right? So
No, nope,
your septic
because
system,
no, because he sleep on his sister's house.
okay, so he's not living there?
No,
Okay. So if he's not living there, that significantly diminishes the public health risk. And maybe they miss the cycle and they have to wait until next year to do the testing, because if you do the testing, it has to be done at a time when the results are reliable.
This is a failed system.
a
They can test
repair.
at any time. And the state,
Right, but for the new placement, for the new test, I just want to make sure that they, Mark, do we have the information that they need for the replacement system?
We actually have the soil test application from Colonial Engineering. Paul Saunier is working as their engineer, and we are waiting for conservation so we can schedule that soil testing. So that's been the tie-up, and not with conservation, but I guess with the appropriate submittal of forms and to the Conservation Commission. So that's kind of where it stands.
So, right. So what do we do? I mean, I am interested in what the town council has to say, because we know that the engineer has a lot of experience, knows the dates, knows the reasons the testing needs to be done at a certain time, and that the results are less reliable after a certain date. And we know the homeowner has ultimate responsibility for things, and maybe it's not. So I would be interested in the town council input, because it is a public health risk if there's somebody living there using the septic system to fail or in failure. But it's also true that they might miss the cycle and have to wait for the next dates that are reliable. But it's their decision. I mean, they're I'm sure able to do the right thing if they wanted to, and they can follow the rules. So
this is a failed system.
Yeah.
They can test at any time of year. Title
Right.
V
But
says
they
they
know,
have to
but it
replace
sounds
it
like-
within 2 years. They're
Right.
coming up on 2 years.
okay, so you're talking about it being an emergency, and I'm just
Yes.
suggesting that it's less of an emergency for two reasons. One is because, as you pointed, he has 2 years. Second is that it's more important that the information that we're given be reliable information, and as long as there's somebody not living there, it's less of a public health risk. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just want to say we have 3 minutes until the scheduled variance hearing.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, so this is what I propose. Ms. Morrow, the application that you need to have in with the Conservation Commission in order to be on their May 21st agenda, we would like, when we have our meeting on the 20th of May, we would like to see that you are on that agenda so that we can proceed with scheduling soil testing. If that is not the case, I will bring back to this board a vote to seek guidance from town council about potentially seeking a court order.
where I
Vice
go to
members-
do this? Ooh, I need to go anywhere to do this application because I was in town hall and then I paid the fee and the Joyce told me everything's fine.
Some reason she noted in that one, that was for the, I believe you came in for the initial form that was not as definitive as the most recent requirement to have a determination versus a different, a smaller review. So Joyce had told us that, you need to file that. Maybe that's where the confusion is. There's a new form for this. You have to be heard by the Conservation Commission. So that is a different form than maybe what you submitted originally. Yes, you did submit a form originally, but when Joyce went out to the site, she realized you need a determination from the Conservation Commission. So that's a different form, and maybe that's where the confusion is. So you should get in there tomorrow to straighten that out with Joyce. And she
Okay, my
said,
husband can go in there tomorrow and talk to her and she can show him and he can pay the other fee. and do whatever you need to do.
I think they need the owner's signature. Is your husband one of the owners?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then that'll be great if you can get in there first thing tomorrow to have Joyce process that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And they do this all the time, so they will be able to walk you through what is needed.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Morrow. We look forward to hearing from you on the 20th. All right, we are now at 7:30. We have a scheduled variance hearing for 23 South Main Street, doing business as Sherborn Dunkin' Donuts. There is a variance request to 310 CMR 15.351 subsection 2. And I can confirm that we have the green cards for this hearing. I believe we have the business owner, Mr. Weatherall, with us tonight. How are you, Mr. Weatherall? We don't have your audio, I'm afraid.
Now.
Yes, we've got you now.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Mark, do you want to introduce this to the board?
Sure. We received, well, I requested pump records of anyone that has grease traps, and we hadn't seen the pump records yet for the outside of Dunkin' Donuts. And so Scott Septic Service went out there to evaluate and asked that the board review the waiver to have it pumped as required by state code, which is every 3 months. This is the external grease tank, to have it to every year. So I reached out to the DEP because it's their code, spoke to Claire Golden and a representative from DEP, and she said that she would suggest for the first year, pump it out twice for the first 6 months and then the following 6 months. And if then it still shows not the need to have it pumped out, then go on a yearly basis. So the first year would be twice, and then if it's in good shape and doesn't need pumping as often as every 3 months, then it could go to every year after the first year's anniversary of having it checked and pumped out if need be after 6 months. That's the suggestion from DEP.
And Mark, can I clarify something within the regulation? When you say it's in good shape, just to add a little color to that, does that mean less than 25% the effective depth of the trap?
Yeah, according to Stacy, it wasn't filled up to that point.
Okay.
Stacy Scott, the septic. Oh, there she is. Hi, Stacy. Stacy, if I could ask Stacy maybe to explain what she observed, because she's here, and if that's okay with the chairs.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Stacy.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
So, yeah, when I was there and I pumped it, I noticed that, I mean, there's very minimal usage because there's just not much going into it. And majority of the grease is going into the inside trap, and which is getting pumped every regular like it should be. So I just didn't see the need for it to have to be, every 3 months. But I mean, it's ultimately it's not up to me, but that was just what I saw, what I found.
Mark, I can add, if you can hear me, I can add some color to that. Because Mark, being a little bit more patient with me than I probably deserve. The simple fact is, in the lease with the tenant, I very intentionally left it to be my responsibility to empty that external grease trap, because I, having done the septic system and I owning the well, I was anxious that it got done. Well, ironically, I completely forgot to do it. So 2 years after opening, it was literally 25 months after opening, I realized through Tom Curran that I owed you all a record of my pumping that external trap. So my point is, it hadn't been looked at in 2 years since opening that new Dunkin' Donuts. So when Stacy got there and saw it, I wouldn't say empty, but pretty empty, that was pretty striking. And I think the DEP told you, Mark, that given how Dunkin' franchisees these days pretty much buy everything out of a whatever you call them, compound kitchen.
Yeah, they don't do much food prep. Yeah.
They weren't at all surprised to hear your description of what was happening in Sherborn.
That's correct. And what they said is within the vote of the board tonight, if for some reason either Dunkin' Donuts or a um, new operator moves in there and does prep on site, it could
Yeah.
change this whole vote. So this vote
Yeah.
would be based on exactly what you just said, that it be the present model that Dunkin' Donuts is utilizing.
And I'd like to ask Stacy a question of, would there be any warning signs that Alex could see, maybe either from checking of the internal grease trap or something else, to warn if conditions had changed unexpectedly and that external tank was in danger of impacting their new and costly septic system?
I mean, you would have to physically open that tank and look at it. Like, I mean,
Oh.
The ultimate issue would be that it would back up, but I highly doubt that that would happen. And just by checking it is the only way to actually see if however much is actually making it past the internal grease trap to the outside one. So there's not a whole lot.
Okay.
But I mean, we
All
can
right.
swing in there and check it as needed if that's what you guys want to do, and then, like you said, pump whatever they want us to do. I mean, checking's better than, like you said, some sort of surprise down the road.
And to add to that,
Right.
Stacy, I think we could ask our food inspector when he does his inspections to look at Dunkin' Donuts operational information on the inside internal grease trap to make sure it's being maintained and how often. Because I think that is what's saving the external one from having grease filling in.
Yeah, no, definitely. I would totally agree with that. So, I mean, he's doing everything right with the inside one, getting it pumped when it needs to be. And then, like you guys said, if you want me to check it, however you guys said, I can't remember what you said, how often. And then, after the first year of checking it and everything seems, hunky dory, then we'll just go on to what we agreed on, what we had talked about before. So
Which
it's
would
up.
be yearly.
And then,
Yeah.
And then Alex, for you, it's, again, given the expense of these systems, if you notice changes in your operations, then it's definitely worth at least looking at it. I don't believe in mandatory pumping, whether there's something there or not, but at least visual checking,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but Gene's probably received a report from the company I use to check my system. And the most recent report was, 3 weeks ago, and everything looked hunky-dory. So notwithstanding, I forgot for 25 months, I think we're in pretty good shape.
And Alex, you're talking about the internal grease interceptor, correct? About the routine maintenance? Or you're talking about the
No,
other
I'm talking
grease?
about the septic field, Mark.
Oh, the septic field. Okay.
Yeah. They just did their annual visit.
I see.
I don't remember. It was 3 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Mid to late April.
Excellent.
And it was clean. It was squeaky clean. So I felt good about that, obviously.
Good. And that's great to hear because you don't want to have to replace another system. You don't want grease going down to that system, that's for sure.
No, sir.
Well, I've got a quick question. Is that system dedicated to Dunkin' Donuts, or is it shared with Jackson Kitchen, or?
It's dedicated, Steve. It's dedicated to Dunkin' Donuts. The tank's right behind Dunkin' Donuts, and Jackson's has their own grease tank, outside grease tank on behind the unit up on that side. Correct? Am I correct in that, Alex? That's what I remember.
Yeah, Steve, I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions about what you're asking. There's one septic system that serves both structures.
Right.
And
each building has its own grease traps.
Yeah, but each has its own internal and external grease traps.
Correct.
So it's a pretty, Mark knows this. It's a pretty robust system.
Yeah.
Because it's the last thing I want, to Darrell's point, the last thing I want is to compromise the big piece, which is the external septic system down below. Yeah. And that's going to serve two buildings. So we're very careful. All of us on this call are very careful about this.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Other board members with questions? I don't see another one. So for the board, we kind of have two options here. We can take the recommendation from Claire Golden at DEP, which is to reduce reduce the checking and, if needed, pumping to 2 times a year versus the 4 for the next year. And if it looks like on those 2 occasions that Stacy comes out to look at it, it is less than 25% the effective depth, then I guess the question for the board would be, are we asking Mr. Weatherall to then come back in a year with that information, and then we would reduce the pumping frequency to 1 year? I assume we would ask him to come back in a year with the information.
I think that would be appropriate, Julie, since it's a vote of the board.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. It's what DEP recommends. So then it keeps everything safer, and it's hopefully a lot less expensive. Not saying bring out expecting the pump, just look and check.
Yeah, that
Yeah, flipping the lid's not that big. Flip the lid and take a look at it and see what's going on. That's all.
And I believe if you come back in a year, Alex and Stacy, it would not require notification to the abutters. It would just be an updated report to the board.
Yeah.
thank God. That's a hassle, man.
That's why I said that, Alex. I
Yeah,
know
right.
you
Love you,
knew
Murph.
that.
All right.
And so it would just be an amendment to whatever this motion is. Okay.
And Julie, it would need to note it's for the existing business with the present business model.
Yeah.
Claire said that. Make sure that's in the vote.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Wait, hang on, we have to vote, Alex.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Hold.
Hang on. So do I have a motion to grant a variance to 310 CMR 15.351 subsection 2 to allow the outside grease trap to be pumped 2 times for the next year from May 2026 through May 2027? Conditional that the existing business remain the same with the present business model. And assuming that the 2 times that the trap is checked, that the grease has built up to less than 25% of the effective depth, that information be brought back to us in a year, at which time we will reconsider reducing the pumping to once per year. I'll take friendly amendments to that motion because I was making it up on the fly.
I do have a friendly amendment.
Please do.
At the end, you talked about the visual assessment of the level. At the beginning, you talked about pumping 2 times in the year. So it would just be inspect.
Inspect. Yep. Inspect, pump if
rather
necessary.
than pump.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Sarah, do you think you can capture that accurately in the minutes? It should be, the motion is to inspect 2 times per year.
Yes.
Perfect.
And again, this is for the present business with the present business model.
Yep. Existing business, existing model. To rehash, inspection 2 times per year.
Julie,
Yep.
Diana has her hand up.
Oh, I can't see. Please, board members, just speak up. Go ahead, Diana.
I just had a question. So the 2 times per year does not include the inspection that just happened?
That inspection happened in, was it February?
This is the starting point, I believe. So this would be 6 months from this point and 6 months after that. And then they come back to the board in May of next year. Is the way I see it.
So 6 months from the February date.
Yes, February. Sorry.
And then to return to us by May of 2027.
Or February of 2027 after they do their second inspection.
Yeah. All right. That makes more sense. Should we try that again? Or is this patchwork motion okay? Board members, do you understand what we're voting on, or should I state the motion again?
No, I understand.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I have a proposed motion. Is anyone going to move it?
So moved.
Seconded.
Further discussion or clarification? Hearing none.
Carol Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Okay. And I'll close the hearing for 23 South Main Street. The motion is passed. We will see you back here in February of 27 with an update.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Sounds good to
Thank
me.
you so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good
Good night.
night.
Bye.
All right. Excellent. Took 15 minutes. That's good. Let's see, we said that next we were going to take 19 Peckham Hill Road. Let's see if we have the property owner and their representative for that project. I see DeShang here. I believe it was
Graham
Hennessy.
is on
Yes,
too.
Graham Hennessy.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I have a lot of screens open right now. Sounds great. Mark, do you want to go ahead and introduce
Sure.
this to the board? I know you're going to have a busy night with us tonight, Mark.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And this property at 19 Peckham Hill Road, we started reviewing it back last fall in September. And excuse me, and an email was sent out September 23rd explaining back then what is still the major discussion here, and that is the fact that the septic system that was originally approved in 1969 had to be changed in 1981 because they were adding on to the house. And it wasn't this present owner, it was a previous owner. And you can see that shaded purplish blue area, that was the new addition. And so with that, they had to remove the three trenches near the house. You'll see in the same picture that the septic tank was exactly where the addition was going. And this is 1981, and exactly. And then the trenches that had to be replaced, parts of the trenches are right there. Yeah, you're right on it, Sarah. And those were being replaced with a fourth trench to the right of the existing trenches so that addition could go on. And so that was approved in 1981, I believe in September of 1981. And then in 1980, and this is all on file, and then in 1980, and then they had the other two trenches on the other side existing. They were already there. They didn't have to do anything with those because it wasn't affecting the addition. In 1982, our files show a as-built plan, and it appeared, and I couldn't find anything to find out how it got changed, but in 1982, in May, they put in half pits instead of those leaching trenches you saw. They actually moved the tank to the side of the house. And for some reason, even though that existing side system, I'll wait till you draw it in, that side system afterwards went from two trenches to one trench. And this is all on an as-built. So it creates an issue of trying to determine the actual design flow. So back in September of last year, I basically declined the permit based on the fact there's no design flow, based on the fact we had no design plans from what was built back in 1982. And that was for almost the same approach. They want to do something with the back area that's a screen porch right now. And so time moved on, and they hired Deshang Wang, to overview the septic system. But the issue becomes, one is those half pits. The state changed the code in 1995 to say you can only use a 2-foot effective depth. The soil type wasn't determined on site under the 1995 Title V code, which would require we do soil evaluation to see if it's a loomy sand or a sandy loam. We have some opportunity to overlay the property on a U.S. soil web, and that indicates it's a sandy loam, Canton material. So, but again, that's not exactly as good as going on site to determine that. And even if we determine that would, still you would have systems that were built differently, and now you can only use 2 feet for the leaching pits. And another thing that happened here, that we had Title V inspection reports from Stacy Scott, who was here earlier for the Dunkin' Donuts presentation, and she did a Title V of the systems, and indeed she noted the 2 half pits. but she noted 3 trenches on the side. So that seems to have, and again, this I believe was all previous to the new homeowner. It appears somehow 3 trenches got put into the side without anything on record. So it's an unknown system, and that's how I base my decline, is that the system right now is basically the flow is unknown. The only flow we have is that 4-bedroom, 2 septic systems from 1969, and the proposed plan from 1981, but was never installed according to that plan. And there was engineering data and so forth. We being Sarah and I spoke to the building commissioner today and explained the difficulty of trying to determine the design flow for these systems that were changed and never really designed as shown on the as-built, or more importantly, on the new Title V inspection, the most recent one. With that said, I'll let the owner and Deschang, if they wish, after the chair opens the floor up, to explain their goals. Here's the Title V. So there's the 3 trenches, and I did speak to Stacy, and she said, yeah, I observed that through the distribution box. There are 3 trenches coming off the side system. And the other one, which it was supposed to be just 1 trench, and the other one was basically the pits, the half pits, which actually is there. It's just a different way it's shown. But so with that said, the denial happened back in September. I think the owner wanted to try to get the best guess on what the system can properly handle. Can it handle 5 bedrooms? But the report and having a lack of soil testing and having a lack of the exact dimensions of the pits really, and I forget the most important part, and the fact that the flows were divided. And the state of Massachusetts sent us an email, Claire Golden from DEP, she was addressing a question from Deschang, indicated that these are not considered conforming systems. Because they get some of the kitchen waste on one system, some what we call the black waste on another system, laundries they're divided up where they really should be on 1 septic tank. That's the way a septic system is supposed to work, not on 2 septic tanks. So she, in her email, couldn't say this was a compliant septic system either. And with that said, we're at a dilemma of this system being indicated by the state as not being comprehensive in today's codes. And secondly, even though it was approved that way back in 1969, but there were no Title V codes back in 1969. The option, talking to Chris Canny, building commissioner today, would possibly be looking at, one, obviously these systems passed for the proper use of the present house, but doesn't offer any additional consideration for additional rooms of flow. And so with that said, the one thing that Chris noted is maybe they could look at a 3-season porch with an outside door going to it. And that might be something that could be considered by the applicant. I'm ready for any questions. That's a lot. I gave the board all in a real quick snapshot, but I thank Sarah also for showing these forms. And Sarah, I don't know if you have the email from Claire, but if you don't, that's okay. But it did explain that this is what we would call the word antiquated septic system.
I don't think I have it. I will double check.
Okay. That came in Friday of last week. So with that said, I don't know if the board members have questions or how you want to handle this.
Yeah, why don't we first, this is an unusual case and it's a little complicated, so I'll summarize what Mark said and then let's take questions from the board, and then I'd like to go to the homeowner, and then if the homeowner so wishes, they can ask Deschang to speak since they've retained him. So to summarize, we currently have a 9-room house that has a screened-in porch. They're proposing to convert the screened-in porch to a finished, conditioned living room space to make a 10th room. They have on permit a 5-bedroom system, but what is in the ground is not the design capacity of a 5-bedroom system. And Mr. Hennessy, I can understand how that would probably be a surprise to you because you saw a passing Title V when you purchased your home a number of years ago with a 5-bedroom system. And certainly that captures the functioning of your system. which it sounds like it is still functioning today based on Duchesne's assessment. But what we're looking at is design capacity, not the functional status of the system. So that's a little tricky nuance there. So for board members, the question is, given that we have leaching pits that are servicing this that do not have a design flow, and we have two, and this is what's really unusual, we have two septic systems where some of the house is going to the leaching pits, some of the house is going to the trenches from 68 or 69, excuse me. We don't necessarily have the appropriate amount of flow going to each of the systems. And the guidance that we've received at this point from DEP is that this is non-conforming. That means they could continue to use it as is, but that they could not change rooms or add on to the existing system as it is. Did I summarize that correctly for you, Mark?
You did a great job, and I forgot to mention what they were actually, the room count was, and that was all mentioned in my September 13th email when I declined it at that point. But
yeah,
thank you for adding that, because I did not add that.
It's a very unusual situation. So board members, let's get questions from board members, and then I'd like to go to the homeowner.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Yes.
Given that the two leaching pits, which are quite concerning because of their just such a concentrated amount of water going into a small space rather than being spread out by trenches over much more soil, giving more chance for interaction with the soils and some kind of treatment or filtering. So that is concerning. But so a different plan was approved, and as-built was submitted showing those two leaching pits. Was that
half pits, half
reviewed by
leaching
the
pits.
board, or it just came in? Any records saying whether they were concerned that it differed from?
The Title V report confirms those two pits are there.
Yeah.
And I think, Daryl,
Okay. So they're there, but
I'm sorry, go ahead, Daryl. I want to make sure you're getting to a good point.
It's unclear whether the board approved of that or said, oh, you changed it, but that's okay.
I couldn't find anything. Yeah, to answer your question, Daryl, I couldn't find anything in the file to indicate that within that 7-8 month time period from September through May, when the as-bilt's from May of 1982, the approved plan is from September of 1981. Within that short time period, I could not find anything to show that the Board of Health approved that actual plan with the actual as-built that is shown.
Okay. And then I just wanted to clarify too, when Title V inspections are done, they're making sure that components aren't notably broken. We often see distribution boxes broken or that sort of thing, or something is clogged. They want to check whether the wastewater is getting out of the house and not backing up into the house. That's another measure of function.
Yes.
But adequacy of treatment is not part of the measure of function. Another measure is it's not going outside and the wastewater is not emerging at the surface, because we don't want people coming in contact with it. But it doesn't say anything about how well it's performing. And then the other issue about this. Oh, sorry?
No, I was going to say those are good points. And you brought to mind one other factor I forgot. We're not for sure where groundwater is located. And, in high groundwater are those pits in seasonal groundwater. That's another issue with, so we don't know though. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's unknown. Because back in 1969, when they designed the two systems, they only dug down for deep holes to 32 inches. The Title V requirements that came in 1977 require you to dig down 10 feet. So there's no knowledge of if there's good separation between those pits or even the trenches to groundwater.
Yeah. So, and again, none of this is the current homeowners.
No, by all means, no.
By any stretch. But
exactly.
So then the other piece on, it's not just how much flow is going to each of these systems, but these septic systems inherent in their design is the issue of mixing a very minimally contaminated water, like shower water, with wastewater from toilets. And so if one system is only getting toilets, for example, it may not be functioning quite right as a result.
Correct.
Because that's just too intense of a discharge. You're looking for equalization, is what
Yep.
they talk about happening in the tank, is that everything's mixing together. And so then the bacteria have more constant conditions. They thrive better in that. So
Yeah. And
that's all part of this. So we're just
yes.
trying to make sure the drinking water for you and others stay clean. And so this is a puzzler.
Yeah, and again, and to add to that, I have the email that was sent to Deishang from Claire Golden. I'm not sure if Sarah found it. If not, I can read the 2 paragraphs.
Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to
I'm
read
sorry.
it?
Go ahead because I
Okay.
think board members have not seen it. It was not in the
That's-
documents, and just so they have the information.
So this was authored by Claire Golden of the environmental engineer for DEP in response to Deishang. He called, I believe, with a question. No, he actually had an email to her, and it was a follow-up to a phone conversation. So what she wrote is, Deishang, there is no prohibition over having more than one septic system serving a dwelling. The issue becomes how to ensure that the correct flows go to each system. Kitchen flow will not be proportionally divided between multiple systems. And she wrote multiply, but she meant multiple systems, nor will washing machine flow. Therefore, one machine would likely be getting, one system is what it should say, will be likely getting more flow than it's designed for. I discussed this with you yesterday. Therefore, the Board of Health would be well within its rights to determine, consistent with 310 CMR 15.20.024, that a system was being used in such a way that a larger system was required. Even if kitchen flows and washing machine issues couldn't be ignored, which they really can't, there really is no way to monitor who uses which bathroom to make sure those bathrooms discharge to one system are not being used disproportionately to the other. I said yesterday, no one wants to, this is a funny comment, it's their last sentence. I said yesterday, no one wants to play bathroom police. These situations may be out there, but should be eliminated over time. And that's the last sentence, is truly trying to eliminate these type of systems. And again, they didn't know any different back in 1969. They didn't even test more than 32 inches into the ground. The word we use, and not trying to offend the owner that owns it now, but they're antiquated systems. They're functioning, and that's why Title V inspections are done. But when it comes to determining design flow, they're antiquated. And that's the email, just so you know.
Board members, clarifying questions before we go to the homeowner. This is a confusing case. So
Question I had is what's the end game here? Is the homeowner looking to put in the new septic? Are they looking to sell the house, or what are they trying to do?
I think they're trying to convert their screened, and I will certainly go to Mr. Hennessy to answer. What we saw initially was they're trying to convert a screened-in porch to a living room, to be a 10th room that is finished and conditioned with heating and cooling.
Without touching the septic systems.
Correct. But Mr. Hennessy, I don't want to speak for you, so please clarify if I got that wrong.
Yes, no, and Deshang, you should speak if appropriate as well. I know that you should be speaking to the technical details. What we're looking to do is just convert a screened-in porch into a family room. So my wife is pregnant with our third, which we're very excited about, but we need a little more space for the baby to play and for toys. We have no plans to modify or add any bedrooms or bathrooms to our house. And we acknowledge that the current system is not, the system right now is not up to current code, but it is functioning. And we have a 5-bedroom house, and it is functioning for the 5-bedroom house. And we have had, of course, pumping and servicing done by Stacy and Scott Septic, and when they've done that, they've found little to no waste in the tanks, and good functioning order. I should really let Deshang speak to that. And then also in the record, there is from 1990 another addition that was done to this house where the Board of Health signed off on the addition done at that time that the house was in compliance. So because we are not changing the usage or flow of the system in any way, we're merely looking to add turn a 3-season room into a 4-season room that's already existing in the footprint of the house and is within the guidelines of the existing functioning 5-bedroom system. And so that's what we're intending to do so that we have some space for our new baby.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. So Graham, and I would like to really I appreciate it. So Mark make an effort to communicate with DEP as well as I also called Clear. In general, the the discussions what Mark described is true, but I don't think some of the information presented is not quite true. It's because of those old plans. It's very hard to read. If I can share my screen, I will point it to the original design plan. So two very important facts from the design perspective. So Camden soil, let me see, let me try to share my.
Deshang, if
Yes.
you're not able to, I can pull it up for you.
Yeah, I should be able to share. Let me. I think I probably need to move this one to everybody can see it. Is everybody can see it?
Not yet,
Not
Deshang.
yet.
It's
No.
now we see something that is zoomed in.
Oh, maybe I have. Just a second. I think because I have two screens. Sometimes I don't know whether you see my one screen to the other. Maybe I have to move back to this one. Can you see here now?
It's a little hard to read what is on the screen.
Yeah, no, that part. Yeah, don't worry about that part yet. So,
Okay.
but you can see my cursor moving.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. So this first is the soil as Mark described is a Canton soils. Usually on the USGS soil, even it's a loamy sand in the sea layer, they only actually describe the upper 50 inches. So which is kind of loamy. So so in the A and B, that's the most conditions I found. But if you really look in this plan is on the Board of Health record. If you look in the pit, they actually darken down to 6'4". So it's a much more than 32 inches. I'm not saying Mark described this. I think it's just that I couldn't read it the first time. I don't even want to read it because I say it's so fuzzy. It's an old plan, but that's and then the two perk tests. One they did is a 6 in the test pit. One's a 6.3 minutes per inch, one's 5 minutes per inch. So the perk test in general, from those days to now, as far as I know, is pretty much the same methodology. Didn't really change much. So, and then this sort of, you see that this is approved. So January 3rd, this one is a little bit more clear because that's right around 1969. And so if you're looking on the plan, I think the plan later on in 1981 was just like in due to this is not like in the modern AutoCAD drafting. You can see it's actually there's 3 trenches rather than 2, but this first trench is hard to see. So I think when the second engineer in 1981 copied it, he first just copied the 2 trenches on the plan. I don't know why he put in 1 trench in the as-built plan. That's just beyond my understanding to some degree. Both of the owners are passed away, but I know them very well. Joe Sullivan and Paul Sullivan. I worked with them for over 20 years. So you can see this at 1 trench, 2 trench, 3 trench. Those 3 trench was perfectly described in the Title V inspection report, and the length is pretty much also matched. So that's what I know. Nobody have changed this system number 1 we call it. You can see that the system number 1. So nobody changed it in the past. As far as I know, I cannot find any record. So 3 trenches for the system number 1 in place with 1,000-gallon tank and deep distribution box. That was definitely there. And so whether you like, I'm not saying whether we like it or not, or there's some kind of discrepancy in the plans, which is not our it's not facts, and the one is not our responsibility. So why they didn't depict it? So at the same time, you can see it's a 1,000-gallon tank, 1,000-gallon tank. That is all legible. So they did design 2 systems. One is for 2-bedroom, one is for 3-bedroom. And as Mark explained, in the later on, they tried to put addition here. They didn't construct this one somehow because probably this is big enough that maybe I mean, I don't have a 100% documentation to back it up, but it's obviously that this is, I mean, even under today's evaluation, I will go into it a little bit later on. So you can see this is exactly 3 trenches for 3-bedroom, 2 trenches for 2. They are the same size, so which is understandable logically. So it's 4 or 5-bedroom and two the flow distribution. And I did in my recent response, I emailed too. I don't know if you get to read it. I've submitted other report, but after I talked to Claire and Mark's comments, so I did go into the system to find it out. So for 5-bedroom systems, if you do a research, generally laundry counting about 20% of the total flow, which will count exactly 1 bedroom. So right now, the system number 2 had the master bedroom, bath, and the toilet connect to it. So it's almost perfectly making the flow distribution according to the sizing of the 2 systems. So that's from the flow distribution. And I wrote it to it. So first, based on what I understand, the design plan it's there. So from independent septic inspector. So it's a 2 systems, and I confirmed it from the original design plan. And the second system is done by the second engineer. So therefore, their as-built plan for system number 2 is definitely accurate, and it's a matching. The inspector's dimension is a 6-foot diameter, 3-foot tall pit, and so compare with the design plan, it's perfectly matched. So I based on that. So that's just this fact from what my research go. And I'm trying to evaluate the system in 2 aspects. One is to the code. So the code is the only thing I see it is the minimum tank requirement. So this is a new requirement. But in general, from the hydrologic perspective, you need to provide 2 days of holding time or detention time. So, and I have the analysis done here. So for a 1,000-gallon tank, it does provide for 3-bedroom 2 days of holding time, and that's also based on the flow. The kitchen has a garbage disposal, so the flow rate is much higher, is 50% higher evaluated. So we still can meet the system right now, even based on the current Title V requirement. It provides 3.4 bedroom capacity for the leaching field, and the tank provided for 3-bedroom flow, which from the hydraulic perspective, it works. And from the Title V inspection report, there's no tilting or cooking. So we can ask Stacy to providing a clarification, but from what I'm reading the report and communication with her, so the system seems like very sound. So it's not like crumbling down and backups, and there's no backup. Not only no backup, in the leaching pit was even dry. There's nothing scum there. And I would like to point it out as an engineer and a scientist, I have been in this field for wastewater design for quite a long time, and with the first hand of understanding. So if you are looking at the leaching pit with so much, 3 foot of stone around it, and at the bottom, compare, people were thinking about trenches, spread the water out totally uniform. That's not true. So actually, most of the time, the water dripping out of D-box, the pipes, they will pretty much will be concentrated at the beginning of the trench, and then gradually spread it out. And it's just the same thing like in this leaching pit. You are thinking about 6-foot diameter 2 pit going into it, and with the dry and the spread it out is not an issue. If you look in all the chambers, the same. It's almost like there's 4-foot chambers. There's even quite a big AI systems there. It's similar to a leaching pit. And I agree that in the regulation, it did say we need to only allow for 2-foot the depths. So I did go back to analyze it, and because there's no kitchen flow going there, even though they have a garbage disposal, which can be easily, to deal with, but with all that kitchen. So right now, the leaching pit, under even the current Title V requirement evaluation, it provides 2.56 capacity leaching out. And for as far as the tank goes, it provides 4.55 days of hydraulic detention. So it means the treatment there is it's even from technical functioning, they are perfectly working in my view. And I did recommending two recommendation. One is to add in outlet filter. When you have outlet filter, you basically probably work like a baffle of a 2-compartment septic tank to pretty. I'm not say 100%, but I would say really matching that filtering out. No particulates can go out of there. To the similar standard or even under the current title system. And the system number 2 was located further away from the well on site, and there's a downgrading from anybody. So this is from the evaluation and the capacity, and from legally. So we are not seeking to change the status quo. So if historically people built a 5-bedroom, I don't know how many historic similar system in town. If it's perfectly working like that, what is the legal requirement can force people to changing it if they just do an internal renovation to be within the allowed of bedrooms as well as total room count. So from my opinion, I haven't get a chance to talk to Claire yet, but I did email her this updated report to show that the 2 systems almost receive quite fairly where proportionally distributed flow, and so in a way the biased flow distribution or distorted distribution does not exist. So if you can think about it, if first after I see it, I treat it seriously. I said, yeah, okay, that's at that time was I was not contacted even for evaluating it, so I didn't get to it. But then after coming back, so in conclusion, so this is the existing house and existing septic system. And the soil is just, we all know the board is well educated, informed on that. And the total soils have A, B, C, D, the 4 classes. And technically, Mark can probably agree with me in that too, is loamy sand or little bit relatively slow perk rate have a much better treatment than pure sand. And if I just forget to point it out, is actually on the plan, they did show that they are sand, but I suspect the people at the time, when they call sand, it's probably loamy sand. You can see the sand, so they say sand, but I think it's a loamy sand from my many experience in doing soil evaluation in Canton soils. They definitely more lean toward loamy sand than sandy loam, especially with the perk rate at the 5 and the 6.3. So it's in that range. So it's a existing system, and according to the legally required Title V inspection, is perfectly working. And from the flow distribution and from the septic tank hydraulic detention function, is perfectly meet all the applied flow. And the leaching field is also provided more than actually the design capacity as needed. So in that sense, with that said, I think just changing already covered screen porch into family room or living room, it doesn't really impose any extra impact or put the public health in danger based on those facts I evaluated and I found it out. If there's anything need to be confirmed, in my view, is the laundry connection. If it's not, it can be easily shifted to one system or the other. But I did talk to the owner. They are not professional, but they think it's going there. But I say, well, we can make that as a condition to check it out. And if it's not connected to system 2, we can change it to connect system 2. So in short, that's what, even if you're thinking of, as Mark talked to Chris, even you say, okay, no, you cannot do it, but legally, even they put as a 3-bedroom, people are using it. We are not changing any status, by 3-season room and 4-season room here. It's just in my view, we are going to put in unnecessary burden and inconvenience to the homeowner who so it's a busy work, and to have a baby, a new baby coming to the way to getting into a situation that I feel at this point I don't see imminent public health or welfare get impacted. Thank you.
Thanks, Deshang.
Clearly, it's a very complicated.
It's very unique situation. I'm not saying this one should apply to anybody. So you get to have a perfectly working system flow, very uniform, distributed, all that putting together. So that's all I'm making my case based on those facts. Thank you.
Yep. So where there was some confusion about the record, that was why we brought Deshang in to clarify how the systems match, with 3 trenches in system 1 that matches the Title V, and 2 leaching pits in system 2 that matches the Title V, and has the flow and capacity as Deshang described to support the existing use of a 5-bedroom house, and under the existing use, whereby the septic system is fully functional and is passing to the points that Deshang noted and the Title V noted. We're not looking to modify that or move beyond what's approved for that system.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is about the groundwater. The system number 1 that I'm checking on the GIS. So that plateau area to the nearby is a relatively very steep drop into intermittent stream and wetland complex really nearby there. It's probably about 9 or 10 feet. And then the second system is probably another 3 or 4 feet higher. So given the inspections was the dry pit, I really feel the groundwater, it's not at this point, I'm not saying meet the current town bylaw requirements, but it's definitely, I don't see any signs of failure or groundwater impact around the edge of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, let's have board members ask clarifying questions. Board members, please just speak up. No need to raise your hand.
Is there a garbage grinder in the house?
Yes.
Okay. I have to say, if I'm going to vote on any, this is very difficult, again, because it's pre-existing. Things clearly went off track at numerous points. Again, the pits are not great. There's a difference between a septic system functioning and performing well. And I don't know where the data came from, knowing what amount of flow is going into the different systems and the quality of that flow. Again, is there a balance? And that's pretty hard to achieve unless someone really spent time and people use the different contributors to those systems somehow evenly. So I don't know how you know that something is not being overloaded in one system or another. Are the tanks single compartment tanks?
Correct. Based on the design plan as well as the Title V inspection, I think they are one compartment tanks.
Okay, so right now I'm inclined to, I think filters would be essential on these, because without that two compartment tank, you're not benefiting as much from precipitating things out. I would also want to see no garbage grinder, because that is just going to tax the systems. And what happens is undigested material floats. That will float out and that will go into the leaching pits and into the fields, which will then clog up the soil faster. It's not a good idea for how systems work. Also, the pits, I do understand that, yes, water coming out tends to infiltrate as soon as it can, even in the leaching lines. So it's not, an even flow of liquid all the way down to the end of the line. But what does often happen is as biomat builds up and the pores become clogged in the early parts of the lines, then the water starts moving down over time, using up the rest of the trench. In a pit, it's just all going in one thing and can get clogged and just changes the dynamic. It's just a whole other behavior. Let's see. What else do I want to know? Again, it's an antiquated system, non-conforming. Have to kind of endorse this as the house has been modified over the years. But it's also hard that maybe it got approvals and maybe the board didn't act on the receipt of the as-built plans with the pits because they didn't want to endorse it, but there was no easy way to undo it. It's hard to know really what the history is here. Quite a brain teaser.
It is like I had said, there is a control form for issuance of building permit from 1990 for another edition where it was approved by the Board of Health at that time. And so again, we're looking to use the system for which it's functioning now and not add to the usage of the system. So
and again, I understand that, and that's what part of the challenge is. But I do think there's a difference between functioning and good performance in terms of cleaning wastewater so that you want to drink the groundwater that is also nearby, that you're bringing into the house. So we are trying to protect health. That's really our whole goal here. And that is the challenge, is whether to make you upgrade something that
So Daryl, if I
we
understand
know is
good,
not that the optimal. And it's
right, I
pretty
like it too.
standard at this point.
If I may, I just want to address and comment on,
well,
I think
you
the
could-
Daryl's recommendation on the garbage the grinder, remove it or take it out. I cannot agree with more. So because any new system I design in Sherborn or anywhere, the first thing I will tell them, don't put it in. But for this couple, I did talk to them. They know that because it's existing, they compost their food, so they don't put things into it. That's why their septic
Separate.
system was very clean. But I said, well, if you don't want it, that's up to you. You understand putting raw food in is going to hurt your system. That's one. And second is when we're talking about a septic system function, there's two parts of it for the treatment. And so the septic tank is called a hydraulic detention settling, which is directly connected to the volume and the flow distribution. The two baffles is to help the flow distribution to making the best use of the volume. So in that perspective, I do feel the one compartment tank is definitely is a shine from the quote unquote current code requirement. But if you really just from the hydraulic volume wise, as I just told you, they exceeded the 2 days of hydraulic detention that any particle coming into and either settle or flow. So the only short things I think is the outlet filter. If you get a good outlet filter, that will, I have retrofitted, not here, in other towns, many times, because people have one compartment tank and they had solids into their D-box and cause failure. And then after finding out, we put in a good filter into it, that things get eliminated. So that's what I want to emphasize is the detention is there. Okay, even you go into the current septic system design principle analysis, that's still not still the same. And second is for the biomass treatment. So the sandy soils or coarse sand doesn't provide as good media or have the filtration function. So the soils actually a little bit fines have a better, that's one. And second is the biomass itself is actually working for better treatment. And as far as the dynamics, how the biomass form, I don't really see that much difference for like in you go, the water getting into one spot, have a biomass, and the biomass tend to have a slower infiltration rate, and then the water gets spread out around the biomass and gradually enlarge. So for leaching pit, the areas are big, so that mechanism is the same because the infiltration surface calculation for a trench is 2 feet deep. Also using that under the current code. And in the current code, maybe people don't want to encourage to use leaching pit, but they encourage you doing like chambers, but not encourage. They approve the IA system for chambers. So they will spreading the same thing. I don't, maybe that right now the current system, we haven't, I mean, obviously I cannot open it up. So for the old system, they probably had a better biomass distributed than a new system. So if the biomass is distributed in a better area, is more area, the treatment function, it could be better. I'm not saying any old system has to be worse than a new system. I disagree with that. Technically, it's not just for disagreement, just from the principle of how the wastewater is treated. Okay, so that and any new system, it takes a couple of days to get to a full function. At the beginning, actually, they don't function as good as a working existing matured septic system. So that's just two different issues. And I think if we just bind it to a legalism to the word, I cannot argue with you. But for real technical function, whether that current system will less perform or underperform than that newly installed new trench with a much more coarse sand filled in there, I actually I'm not 100%. would support that conclusion.
I understand that point, but my point is that the pits are not, I don't think, equivalent to trenches.
Hey, but before we continue down this path, I
Yes.
I want to
Well,
go back to what our actual driving question is. We have a passing Title V, which demonstrates a functioning system. It does not evaluate capacity from 5 years ago. Upon Deshang's recent inspection of the site and the home, he saw no evidence that there is a lack of function. He did not do the same as a Title V inspection, but our question here is not about the function, nor are we going to talk about the technical designs between old codes and new codes, even though I know it can be interesting for some of us. What we really want to evaluate here is the design capacity as it exists today. Are there potential alterations to the home or the system that would make the board feel more comfortable with this proposed, it's not even an addition, it is a conversion of an existing space within the footprint of the home to finished condition space where it is not currently. And then I think the thing we all agree on is that this non-conforming system would not support new construction or new design flow to the system. I think that is hands down an agreement. That is not what the homeowner is asking for today. And I think it sounds like Mr. Hennessy, in fact, recognized that.
Yes.
So
Correct.
board members, what we're really trying to evaluate is we have permitted on paper 5 bedrooms of design. We have one system from 69 that appears based on what Mark has reported to us from Stacy Scott. There are, in fact, 3 trench lines in the ground. I think, Deshang, I just want to clarify from you that system 1 receives the effluent flow from the kitchen, all of the bathrooms minus the primary bath. Is that correct?
Yeah, the master, minus the master bath.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm calling it the primary. The primary bath or the master bath feeds into system number 2, the leaching pits.
Correct.
And the laundry, we know or we do not know about where the laundry feeds.
Graham, if you know if it's not, that's the one thing in my report, because I didn't get the time to confirm with Hennessy's, but I think if they not, I recommend it. So definitely get a plumber to reconnect. I mean, shifting the connection to system 2 to making the flow proportional. So.
Yeah,
Mr. Hennessy, do you
we'd be
happen to
willing
know
to
where?
we'd be willing to make that shift if it's not. Our understanding is that it flows to system 2, but we don't. That's from our understanding from the previous owners. We don't have personal knowledge of that.
Yeah, you'd probably have to have
When we do a
plumber.
testing and then confirm it, I think that's the only way. Given the history is not a new system, so I cannot speak 100%. So either.
Mark, wouldn't they have a plumber look to see where the pipes are running?
They can. Easily they should be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
And determine what's going where. But like I said, and I think it's important that we share that May 1st email from Claire Golden, because now we're looking at possibly making decisions that DEP is recommending we not. So that DEP email is very important to place on the agenda.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that mistakes made in the past or substandard is something that, again, for the protection of folks living there as much as anybody else. That is concerning to me, but there are a number of things that we could put in as requirements around this.
Well, the other note is that we do say it's a 5-bedroom review and approved plan in 1981, but we have to remember that was not installed. We have an as-built showing something different, and that's the May 1982 as-built. Indeed, even that as-built differs from what may have happened after that, because that only shows one leaching trench on that side system. And Stacy Scott evaluated that side system, and now it shows 3. So it appears that this system has been worked on by previous owners at various times.
Well,
And
so
not,
that's what we covered, Mark, with DeShang's review, that the 3 systems match the original record and that the system 1 with 3 trenches has not been touched, and the as-built plan was with reference to system 2. It's unfortunate that it was done in such a confusing way, but the good thing is that the original system matches what Stacy found with the Title 5,
yeah.
which is helpful.
Graham, if I can say though, system 1, we'll call it the 3 leaching trenches. On the as-built from 1982, it only showed 1 trench.
Right, and that's the confusion, but the
There's a lot,
trenches
yeah.
match in the Title 5 what's in the
Well,
plan
we
from.
don't know if the trenches match because the depth, the width, and the length of those trenches shown on the Title 5 report from 2021 does not measure that. So that and again, 1969, the perk tests were done, and I correct myself, at 32 inches. They did that testing on October 31st of 1969 or 1968, not in the hydrologically high groundwater season. I'm concerned about not just the function of this system, but the concern it could be in groundwater or not 4 feet from groundwater, or at least not in high groundwater when high groundwater occurs, and that's usually March and April. But again, that would be the Board of Health's concern. Is this a system that's complying to protect your well and others and groundwater? And should it be upgraded? Unfortunately, these usually get caught at the point of a building application request, but that's all unknown too. If they went down 6 to 7 feet in October, it could have been still dry then. Stacy did her inspection on June 19th, 2021. June 19th is not usually a wet season. Again, there's all those concerns environmentally that the Board of Health has to be concerned with, but functionally, even the state said there's concerns with that too. So it's unfortunate. It really is that this septic system has gone through a variety of changes and without, in my view, approvals through the boards in the past.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Mr. Hennessy? You mentioned a building permit from 1990. We do not have knowledge of that. Was that a renovation within the property, or can you clarify what that is?
Yeah, let me share my screen and I'll show here. I believe it's in the records, so it could be pulled. But this is a control form for issuance of building permit, and it is for 19 Beckham Hill Road from the previous owners, the Perlmutters. And on May 14th, 1990, this control form for issuance of building permit was approved by the Board of Health, and that is well past the 1982 edition. And it was for the addition of kitchen, breakfast room, and porch. And it's that porch that we're just looking to convert into a 4-season room from its current 3-season configuration.
And I can add to that. That was to renovate an existing kitchen. Breakfast area is included with that existing kitchen, and porches we can approve. So porches aren't a problem. So that's why that was approved that way.
All right. So it was a renovation of existing
More or less
spaces
that.
with the addition of a porch.
Addition of kitchen, breakfast room, and porch.
Yeah, the kitchen was there. So the addition was in the kitchen breakfast area, and they added that, but it was in an existing kitchen. There was a kitchen there already, is what I'm trying to say.
It would have the same concern. So I guess as what so Mark, your concern, I talked to Claire from what my conversation with her is basically it's up to it's definitely not to the current code. And at that time, she doesn't know the flow distribution, just as her email indicated. She does indicated the concern about the flow distribution, and I didn't know at the time, and I was on the phone with her. That's why I coming back. I did go into the investigation to show the flow actually is much better than I expected. I thought maybe they just did the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom tied into the other system. So they seems like know what they are doing. If they get the the laundry, which is as Daryl, you're asking what if you go searching EPA's website, they have lots of wastewater strands, and like right now on average a house is like a 2.68 people living in the house to use in a septic system, all that kind of thing. You will find it. So the distribution of bathrooms and the laundries and kitchen floors, accounting roughly percentage. So which just like if we are trying to argue is then you will have a difference between one family and another family, how they're using it. It's definitely not going to be the same. In my opinion, is the septic system right now for building for bedrooms is far more bigger than the actual people living in. Maybe only one or two houses have a full house using capacity. So, but anyhow, we are not here even to argue or to even debate. So how accurate it's constructed. So obviously from the building permit issued, occupancy permit issued from the 1969, I would assuming at the time, if Mark, you were the agent there, you would definitely inspect how they made the
Was not
trenches,
there in
all
19,
that.
Deschang wasn't there in 69, but I can let you know the 1969 disposal construction permit says 4 bedrooms, not 5.
Yeah. So then at 1982,
That's
they
correct.
did add in
81
on
they
that.
approved for 5 bedrooms. That is
Right.
correct. But then they never installed the septic systems that they were supposed to for the 5 bedroom.
Right. I understand your concern perfectly, and
I mean,
that's why
it's
we
fact.
provided our under the current Title V flow capacity analysis. So that table I just presented to you is that we are not trying to say we design it. We are just basically analyze the current condition. It's almost if it is sick, first, if a person is sick, the system is sick, definitely need to cure it. If you have to
Shane?
rip it, yeah.
Shane, I think we've heard your argument. In the interest of time, it is 8:45. We have a lengthy agenda tonight, and we have people waiting. So what I would like to do is, I think we have put everything out here. I do appreciate the clarification of the 1990 building permit. That is new information for me. Let's go to board members for questions or to get a sense so that we can move forward. And just to clarify again for the board, the question before us is the approval of a building permit to convert a screened-in porch to a family room, to a finished condition space. Can we go to board members who we haven't heard from to get your questions or your sense of where you think this should go? Who wants to go first? All right, Rebecca, what do you think? What is your sense of this? You're muted, Rebecca.
Unfortunately,
We're getting reverb.
go to the next slide.
Well, you said go to the next person.
Can you hear on this mic?
A little bit of an echo, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, this person, I think we should go to the next person.
Okay. Steve, what are your thoughts?
I
Or
guess the way I'm
questions?
looking at it is, my mute? Oh, no.
No. I meant to say if you have questions too.
No, I guess my thoughts are that it's a bad situation, but it doesn't look like by taking the screened-in porch and turning it into a family room is going to make it that much of a worse situation. I kind of like Daryl's idea of putting in something for the garbage grinder to disallow that. It sounds like that they're composting anyway and they're not using that, so that might help it a little bit. I mean, I'm not sure what other options there would be, maybe except for putting in a whole new septic. The only other thing that came to mind was whether the well was within current code or if there's a variance that was required for the well.
It's more than 100 feet away from the first one, and there's 100 probably.
To our
20,
knowledge and
30.
from the transfer of the house.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Deshang.
yeah, I think it's more than 125 feet from the second pit area. So the ones we concern not compliance is further away from the well.
So it sounds like it's at a safe distance. Okay.
Yeah, it's very safe from what I can see.
So Steve, you're leaning towards slight modification, potentially the addition of filters to the two tanks as a mitigating step to promote further life of the system.
Right. That's yeah, well put.
Yeah. And just to clarify, Mr. Hennessy, if that is the determination of the board, and you were to go down that road, I believe with the single compartment tank, and you should confirm with your, if you use Scott Septic, which you mentioned, or whoever you use, the frequency of which you need to clean that filter. I believe with the single compartment, you need to clean it twice a year, not the traditional once a year, but you should confirm that with them. Diana, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at what the use of the house. So it's what 3 seasons to actually make it a room that can be used all the time. And it sounds like at the current owner and family, as they're using it, it works with the system. But of course, our concern then is if they sell the house and someone else comes in there, they may not be composting. They may be doing things differently, and that would really, we will have passed something that with another family there might not pass. So I would be supportive of getting rid of the garbage grinder and also getting the filters that were recommended rather than insisting on a new septic system.
Yeah.
Didn't the heat just say he's about to have a baby?
Yes.
So we're definitely increasing septic outflow. I mean, the baby's going to grow up. Right now, it's not going to be very much. But so, I mean, the problem is that it's the mistakes took place a long time ago, but that doesn't change current situation. And I mean, we're increasing a room and we're increasing septic output, and we have a system that we know is not in compliance. So really, I think that there needs to be a way to decrease flow, not increase it. And the problem is we're increasing it and it's out of compliance. So I don't think we have an option. And I know that no one else is going to agree with me, but I would say that it stinks, but unfortunately, you probably need to find a way to increase the septic capacity to 5.
That was what the report from Deshang is intended for.
And the baby doesn't increase the design flow. So Rebecca, there's two things. One is the design for the system. The other one is actual, just like you will have a guest or somebody coming in. So you have 5 bedrooms, you have 10 people living there. But right now they only have like 4 people living there. So under design flow.
So to keep, I'm sorry, Rebecca, if you're done, I was going to weigh in and then I want to move this conversation forward, given the time. If you have another comment, Rebecca, please go ahead.
Didn't you just say that you don't have a 5-bedroom system? You have a 5-bedroom. You were okay. Sorry.
It was permitted. There has been permits issued for a total of 5 bedrooms of design flow. There are 2 systems on the property. One, we have confirmation. The one from 69 was in fact installed. From what we can tell, maybe as permitted, even though Mark pointed out it is not quite clear that the total length of the trench lines, I think that's what Mark was trying to say. We don't have confirmation that was installed at the total length. What we do know is that the trenches that were approved for system 2 were not installed, and instead leaching pits were installed. We do not have, and this is one of the pain points. We do not have record that there was approval by the board to change from trenches to leaching pits. That is a problem. For me, I'm sorry, I'm taking this over now. For me, I did not know about the 1990 building permit where we did not, it was a renovation of existing spaces and an addition of unconditioned, I'll call a porch unfinished space. Because we allowed a renovation with the leaching pits as they are, because they were that way in 1990, that slightly changes my perspective. Initially, I was not keen on the idea of allowing any further construction on this system, given that we do not have 5 bedrooms of design flow. But given that there is this history now that I see from 1990 where the board did allow a renovation, it makes it hard to argue not to allow, again, they're not increasing the footprint. They're within the 10 bedrooms allowed under Title V, or the 10 rooms, excuse me, rooms allowed under Title V. Converting this to a living room to be used exclusively as, a living room and obviously not a bedroom. I'm sure within the flow of the house, you would never use it as a bedroom. I think I initially was not keen to approve this building permit, but the 1990 building, the building permit approval has kind of changed my mind a little bit. I think I would add the caveats of certainly additional design flow to the system would not be supported. And so if you were ever proposing to add an addition of space, square footage, it would not work on this system. You would have to replace it. It is a non-conforming system. It cannot support new design flow. And as far as adding in the proposed filters, I would say that is certainly best practice, and it is the role of the board to advise best practice. I am not sure that I am inclined to require it as a condition of this building permit. However,
It's
I
also
would
worth
strongly encourage you to consider it because you really, really do not want to have to replace your septic system while taking care of a new baby. So it might
I
be worth
agree.
getting those filters.
It's also worth noting that the kitchen renovation was an addition. It was an expansion of the kitchen. I'm not sure whether that matters, but it was an expansion of the kitchen with additional
Was
kitchen
the
as well.
footprint of the house bumped out? I mean, I
Yes.
have no record of this. Okay. I did not have that information. All right. So why don't we have, I think I might be in the minority though. So why doesn't someone else, does anyone else want to propose a motion? Because I think the motion I would make may not be the majority.
I have a couple comments. One is whether, I would like to require filters, but the homeowner should know that having the filters there means that you need to enter into a contract with someone who will come and inspect and change the filters as needed. So there will be an ongoing cost. So that's an issue. I think that verifying what's happening with the laundry flow needs to take place in a way before we can fully determine this, or unless we work it into a motion in a way that makes that a requirement before moving on to the next steps. And then it should be adjusted if necessary to try to balance things out better, which I do think is problematic. And then no garbage grinder. I would definitely argue for that should happen now, because we don't want to, it's hard for us to catch new people moving into homes and explain the situations to them. And so the way we communicate that is by asking people to put deed recordings so that buyers of properties know what they're getting into. Like, it would have been great if someone said at a deed recording saying, we didn't build the system as approved. This may be a risk, in the future when you go to do something else with the home. And then we wouldn't be in this situation right now.
Daryl, are you saying
1990 permit?
Removal of the garbage? Can you just clarify? Are you saying
Yes,
removal of the garbage grinder
removal of
as
the
a
garbage
condition?
grinder, whether they're using it or not.
Okay.
And I think that the check in 1990 wouldn't have risen to the standard of, I'm guessing, checking the septic plans because it was not the addition of a room and the space that was being added. I mean, it was an expansion of a room, so it didn't change the room count. And then an unconditioned space doesn't count in the room count.
And that's a good point. If I may,
prompted a dive at that time that might have
that's a good
resolved
point.
some of these issues.
And
So
indeed,
that's a little tricky. But I also think we passed a regulation about no cesspools in town, but we gave people leeway in terms of at the time of transferring a house or expanding the house or some other trigger. This is a bit of an expansion, but not in terms of the room count issue. But it kind of begs the question, if we made them change a quasi-approved system, we're not clear on those approvals, and apparently there's nothing in the record saying that those 2 leaching pits were approved. That would mean we could go to people who have septic systems, and they've been using them for a long time. You have, a cesspool, a cesspool for long term. We're not going after people until it's point of sale or some other trigger. And so that this issue to me parallels that. So difficult, very difficult.
and if I may add, this is different from changing a kitchen and allowing an eating area. This is an non-habitable space, a screened porch that they wish to turn into a room. It's totally different from the 1990 approval.
Okay. Good clarification, Mark. And just to return to, just because we haven't checked in with Mr. Hennessy at the start of this, our agent who consulted with the building inspector potentially suggested that this screened porch be converted to a 3-season porch, changing the screens to windows, but no further HVAC or conditioning of that space. Is that an option you would like to consider?
No, we prefer to have it as a usable family room. Like I said, like we have a baby coming, and we want the space just to use as a family within the existing design constraints and flow of our current system, and the room count that's approved for the system as we've been able to piece together based on Deshang's certified
And
work.
also, and I also like to comment on it. So if you are doing a 2 parallel comparison, if they just convert into a 3-season room, so the board have nothing to say. So right now, then the system will still be used pretty much the same. And right now they are still, if they have a baby don't convert it, they still have that baby. You cannot say you cannot have another baby, right? So they are still within the number of people. Second, the Darrell's recommendation to remove the garbage disposal and add in filter. So it's basically significant improvement that once you really clear the functioning and the treatment. So right now, if you don't approve, they don't have to do all that. And so what we get? So we get nothing from the environment, in my view. So if they can accept to remove the garbage disposal and add the filter, I have a filter in my house. I just take it out, hose it, and clean back to the tank. That's all I need to do. You don't have to contract. I don't know if there's any requirements that mandatory you have to contract. You cannot do that yourself. So you can build your house. Why cannot you can clean up your filter? I don't know why that need to be contracted. So somebody, if he decide to hire people to do is that system, you don't have to put that filter in just without going through the process. So we just, in my view, it's just more practical and to not to add in any burdens to a young family, which is have a limited resources to do it. So that's from my perspective. So I hope the board have the leniency considering that and using function oriented rather than legalism oriented approach. Thank you.
If I may, point of information,
Yeah.
the state prefers that homeowners do not open up their septic tanks because the gases can be overwhelming and they could pass out and fall in the tank. And they don't recommend they clean the filters because it's got to be sanitary. Not recommended by the state, Deschang, you're an engineer, you may be able to do your own, but I want to make that point of information.
Yeah, I'm an inspector, so I can clean it, I guess. Thank you.
Not every homeowner has
Hey, everybody,
bloodborne
we're going to take a quick
pathogens.
minute here and show you how to
Also,
clean it up.
I don't
Training that
know
you
why
need
this-
to handle
See?
wastewater, so.
Daryl, can you go, why don't you make a motion and second it? Because it
Okay.
is after 9. We need to move forward
Yeah.
and let's see if, so you set forth, you had 3 conditions that you outlined. Why don't you make a motion
Yeah.
with the conditions,
Yeah.
see if it's moved and seconded?
Okay, I mean, one is up in the air. I'm not sure exactly all the details to include, but I would move that we, maybe there needs to be a 4th condition. I would move that we approve the plans as submitted.
Building permit.
because-
Building permit.
Excuse me?
It's not a plan, it's a building permit.
Oh, approve the permit, sorry, the building application.
Yeah.
Permit. Or a permit, who knows, too late. Okay, conditional 2. Removal of the garbage grinder and filing of a deed recording for a garbage grinder deed restriction on the property. 2, require the installation on the outlet, the installation of filters on the outlets from both septic tanks prior to the distribution box, and that those filters be maintained on a mark what basis is used for filters on other systems in town.
It depends on the use, Daryl. Usually, I would say at least minimal annually, but it could be more if there's more people utilizing the system. But if the garbage grinder's out, there should be less filaments that get trapped in those filters. So I say minimal at least once a year.
Okay, so annually. Inspection and cleaning and replacement if needed of the filters. That was garbage grinder, filters, and 3rd condition would be verification of the destination of wastewaters from laundry facility to confirm that it goes to system 2, and if not, that it be rerouted to system 2. And I think we need some way of knowing that that happens.
And Daryl, do we want to define system 2 as the system with the trenches?
I thought system 2 is the leaching pits.
Oh, you want the laundry to go to leaching pits?
Oh, wait. So
Yes.
which one?
Yeah,
I thought
system
they
2 is
thought
the
it was
one that
going to
has the
2
primary
now.
bedroom only. And so for design flow considerations, the recommendation from Deschang was to have the laundry to go to system 2 to better be sure of the balance between the systems.
Right.
If I may, you do
Because
need that
the
laundry with
kitchen water and other bathrooms were going to system 1, I believe, was the rationale.
what Claire has explained to me is that laundry waste should be going into the system, the septic tank that handles most of the black waste, not just one bathroom. And so the problem is that system 1, if it's the system 1 with the trenches, that should be getting the laundry waste, according to Claire. And actually, the best scenario here would be to route all the effluent to a new septic tank that's 1,500 gallons to compartment. That would be my recommendation.
Yes, I was wondering if that would be feasible, and then somehow dividing it up from there would be, I was thinking that would be my preference too. I don't know. Looks like maybe pumping would be involved. Deschang, if you considered that, whether it would be possible to site a new 2-compartment tank and then somehow split the wastewater from there to the 2 systems.
I just feel that that's probably from, as I said, from the hydraulic detention, and then the primary bathrooms and shower, everything is going to the system number 2. They would provide enough organic matters into it, because whatever Claire said, I don't mean to disagree with her. I haven't get chance to talk to her after my current investigation update. So on the phone, she just basically said, all these things obviously is some kind of opinion, is not carved into the regulation. It will be up to the board to approve this request. And that's my final conversation with her. That's why she said there's no regulation prohibit 2 systems. So the flow distribution, there's many, those things are more scientific and technical than legal and allowed under the regulation. So I don't think it's appropriate for me to dictate the owner to do another 2 compartment, 1,500 gallon tank and load everything into it. So right now we have a 2,000 gallon capacity. To the hydraulic detention perspective, the behavior is equivalent or better than a 1,500 gallon tank with a filter put in my view.
Yeah. If I can, I'll add to that, Deisheng, and I think you recommended they change out the tanks in your report. But more importantly is that the black waste that's in the main septic system number 1, you need laundry water. That's why when a new replacement septic system is put in, they don't allow separate laundry systems anymore, because that laundry water is so important for the appropriate digestion of the waste that goes into the septic tank. So that laundry water is very important if the majority of the waste is in tank number 1 or system number 1. That's why I mentioned it. And again, the code does state to replace the system, laundry systems are taken off and put into the septic tank.
Okay, and so maybe you're saying system 2 as the master primary bath. Yeah. And therefore, it's already a mixture of shower water, sink water, and toilet water. Black water. So,
yeah,
so
it that's why system 1
sort of
should
built
be
in some kind of mixture of those. And even if the flows are not divided 2/5, 3/5, it's
it would benefit the benefit of better digestion in system 1, but again, I'll leave it up to the board and what you want to do. And it benefits the homeowner. It will increase the life of the system.
Okay, so, all right, so maybe it would be to verify that the laundry wastewater is going to system 1.
If I may, maybe it works out just because if we eliminate the garbage disposal, that will bumping up the system number 1 50% and making 3 bedroom into 4.5 bedroom leaching area. So it maybe can stay. I have so the originally was like in the garbage disposal to stay, but if that removed, and so to address the digestive process Mark raised, I definitely agree to some degree. Will help to clean up a little bit on the laundry with the digestive bacteria, because they do bite on it. But I don't have 100% scientific proof to show one way or the other will be better. To be so that's my honest assessment.
We still have the question about where the laundry water is going. Is that correct? We don't know for sure? You don't know for sure?
Yeah, I don't know because I didn't test it because it's an existing system. So
okay.
I haven't,
All right, so that
tested.
still needs to be resolved. And I guess it sounds
verify
like
which tank it goes to. Okay.
Yeah, and reroute it over to system 1.
Okay.
If it goes to system 2, then if the board prefers to route it back to system 1 to help the the digestive process, that's also acceptable. And I think by remove the garbage disposal, it's a rare position to do that.
Noted.
Okay, so part of me feels like maybe that's the question to answer before we finalize everything, but in any case, I'll keep going. And then the last question I have, but this would be for discussion, is whether another condition would be something about putting a restriction on any further expansion of the house or significant renovations in the future until the septic system has been brought up to contemporary code.
I think that's built into the system, though. If to be able to expand onto the house, since they would be at 10 bedrooms if this is approved. They would have to apply for a building application that would come for review. It would be additional design flow would be considered new design flow, and then we would determine this is non-conforming. I think
Well, it
that's
would be, Julie, it would be.
okay.
Because they can have up to 11 rooms if you're going to.
Oh, they can have
septic
11.
systems
Okay.
and 5 bedrooms.
Thank
So
you.
you really,
And I'm wondering
that
if
it-
something
Yep,
about the
I forgot that part,
cumulative,
Mark. I was going, yep.
yes, the
Um,
cumulative, like we've had something where if you've renovated over 50% of the space, and that qualifies as new construction and warrants matching up the appearance of a new structure or significantly renovated, upgraded structure in whatever way, that the septic system should match, because buyers aren't looking at things that look pristine again and assuming that it's got an antiquated septic attached to it. That has been the rationale for a few decades within the Board of Health and motivations, and that's that Appendix B, I believe it is, for that tripping. And what we haven't looked at is it's been a all at once sort of renovations, expansion. Whether there's some way to not have the creep of the separation of the home condition with the septic condition, but maybe that's just too complex. And we'll just have to write something into the regs to not allow these split systems in this way explicitly, so this doesn't happen ever again, that we have to wrestle with this. So,
so can I rehash your motion?
yes, you may,
All
especially
right.
because I'm not sure that last part fits in at all, because it's
Okay.
just so difficult.
So your motion is to approve the building permit, the application for a building permit for the conversion of a screened porch to a finished conditioned family room, conditional on 1, the removal of the garbage grinder and a filing of a deed restriction for a garbage grinder prohibition. 2, you will require the installation of a filter for both of the septic tanks, and recommend a minimum annual cleaning and inspection of those filters. 3, verification of where the laundry effluent feeds to. And I think you said, and requiring that the laundry feeds to system 1. Were you contemplating that, or was that part of your condition?
It sounds like in our hasty, without more background research, but information that we have at hand, yes, that is where we landed, I think.
And 4, a condition that no further rooms be added to this space or to this dwelling on the current system.
That's a simpler way to do it. Yeah.
Does anybody want to move that motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right. Any further discussion? I will say that there are a couple of elements here that I'm really not sure it's really within our purview to be requiring. I think that there's a little bit of conflation of our best practice versus what is actually required here. I get the sense that it is the goal of the homeowner, Mr. Hennessy, to in fact engage in best practices because they intend to live in this home and they would like to see the system last as long as possible. And can you confirm, Mr. Hennessy, the conditions set forth, are you agreeable to those conditions?
I need to talk to my wife. Generally, yes. I agree with you, Julie. It would be like best if we can, seek the appropriate level of approval that's cabined to what's necessary, and we are, amenable to the best practices for the quality of our house. But it, it's something that I need to talk to my wife about, and we would strongly urge the board to cabin the request to what's required.
And so I think, my hesitation here is I hear what Tasheng is saying, that we should have a functional goal, and what you've outlined as these conditions are best practice functional goals. I'm struggling to see where parts of this, like the removal of the garbage grinder, is in fact within our purview to require, unless we have evidence that there is a deed restriction and in fact it's been violated. Then it seems completely appropriate to go and take that out. But I have not seen that deed restriction. And so I think, yeah, and I guess I'm struggling with the feeding of the laundry versus what is actually required versus best practice. I think I would be willing to approve this, but I'm also not. It would be completely easy if the homeowner said, you know what, we feel comfortable with this. I feel fine. It's a little different when we don't have that agreement from them. So that's my discussion point. Anyone else for discussion? Because we have a motion and
I'll
a
say
second.
that the reason I felt we could go in those directions are the comments we received from Claire Golden at DEP about the concerns about the non-conformance of the system. And so I think these are kind of marginal things to at least improve the performance of the system. Again, performance, not just functioning, not just moving the wastewater away and getting it into the underground. That's the function that Title V checks for. So this is like a notch up without going all the way to replacing the non-conforming components of this. I was trying to strike a balance. And
I recognize that.
I don't think they're particularly wild requirements. They are extra requirements. Sounds like, maybe the garbage grinder, again, will be a bit of an effort in filing a deed recording, but fits in with apparently their lifestyle as it is now. And then the filter
We'd ask
again.
that we'd ask the board stick to the requirements, and then we are happy to take the best practices recommendations and then confirm what we choose to do. But we do have I take your point, Daryl, that it's a functioning versus a quality of system, but that is, to the best of our ability why we engaged Shang and why we have, established what we can about the state of our system and are looking to not take it past what it already serves as a 5-bedroom house.
I understand that, except the guidance from DEP was concerning, that this is something that they felt we could take further action on because of the non-conforming nature. So I'm trying to walk a line here between you have something that may or may not have been approved in the past.
Yeah, this was so well before our time.
Because again, we don't have that piece of the receipt and the stamped approval of that as-built plan. There's not like a formal record of that, so we just don't know about that. But for lack of anything else, right now I'm trying to assume that the home has made it this far on that system, so I'm trying not to impede that, going up to 10 rooms, which is permissible with 5-bedroom system, but
So can I make a suggestion? We have a motion and a second with these set conditions. If the board approves this motion with these conditions, the options that you have, Mr. Hennessy, are to proceed with your building permit and the set conditions, which will require you to do a number of extra things as we outlined. If you were to elect that you did not want to engage those conditions, you could come back to us to re-review your bill. It's just going to take longer. That would be the alternative. We could also vote to see if this motion passes.
and I'll also note in Julie's the last review of the motion did not talk about a service contract with the filters.
We'd like to be able to service our filters. Is it necessary for us to submit service filters to the board? I mean, it's in our best interest. Our interests are aligned that we want to service the
We
filter.
do often have a requirement that is part of other types of systems that are permitted. That is not what was said here. The filters are required, but not the service contract was not part of it. It was I think the word you used was recommended
Minimal annual cleaning and inspection.
Yeah.
I did not specify by whom, or that it has to be a licensed inspector. Are you amending the motion?
Graham?
Are you
No,
amending
I'm not
the motion?
amending it. I'm just trying to clarify that it's not it's a requirement to add the filters as it is now, but it does not specify that maintenance by a qualified firm with submittal of records. And that does go along with some other septic systems that get put in. So it's a notch down.
It is going on 9:30. We have a lengthy
I know
agenda
there's
ahead
so
of us
much
and
to
people
do.
waiting. I'm going to end discussion now on this motion, and I'm going to call for a vote. Daryl, could you please lead?
Daryl Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye, with the caveat that I gave you, Mr. Hennessy.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell abstain.
Motion passes 4 to 1 to 0. Mr. Hennessy, if you would like to reach out to our office, if you'd like clarification on those conditions, we can provide them. I wouldn't be surprised if it was hard to keep track at this point in the evening.
Yeah, a written summary would be great. We can reach out.
Yeah, please reach out to our administrator, Ms. Lappin, and she would be able to provide those for you. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and thank you, Deshang. I think you're sticking around for 73.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Mr. Hennessy. Have a good evening.
Thank you to the board.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
For those who are waiting, our apologies. That was a particularly difficult decision. Let's move to 73 Forest Street. We have a new well and septic plan for approval. Mark, do you want to introduce this at all?
Sure, if we could show it up on the screen.
Yep, I'm getting it up right now.
Before we start, I just want to notify, I live not far from this property, but I did contact the assessor to determine whether I qualify as an abutter to the property. And I was told that because it is now a separate parcel from 69 Forest, to which I am an abutter, that I am not an abutter to 73. If there is any discomfort of anyone of me participating in this, I will happily recuse myself.
I think that decision would be made by the property owner. Is the property owner of 73 Forest present? If you are, please just speak up because I'm not sure I'm seeing everyone on the screen right now.
Jane? Jane, can you hear?
Oh, it's Jane.
Oh, okay, they are here.
They are here. I'm sorry, I don't know the property owner's name. Could someone tell me?
Janet John,
Jan-
for us.
Burrus? Miss
Yeah.
Burrus? Are you able to hear us? Okay, she may have stepped away. I can understand that took a little time.
Yes.
So Daryl, I would say it is your discretion. We do not have an opinion from the property owner. It is at your discretion. Technically, you are not in a butter according to the assessor. I think there is no conflict here, but it is your choice.
Then I will plan to participate.
Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, so if we can put the plan up on so the board can see it, it's for new construction.
You want me?
Wait, Jan.
Thank you. We're unmuted now. Yes, we're here.
Okay, Mr. and Miss Burrus, I think Miss Beardsley was confirming that according to the assessor, her property is not technically in a butter, but
Yes,
out
we
of deference and
understand.
respect, and out of deference and respect to you, I think she is checking with your comfort level at her participation. Would you like to
We
voice an opinion?
understand.
Do you
We
have?
understand. What's our?
Yeah,
Do you-
that's fine with, we understand that what her status is.
Are you uncomfortable with her participating on the board this evening?
Yeah, I'm happy to step out if there's any concerns.
Daryl, we've known you for 20 years. I think we think you can be fair and follow the regulations in this situation. And we're as sorry as you are that there will be some development across the street if things work out. We love open woodlands more than well, about as much as anybody in town. But our situation requires that we make this move, and we know you're going to follow the regulations and do your due diligence, and that's why you're on the Board of Health in Sherborn.
Yep. Thank you, and I certainly understand exactly why this is before us. Oh,
thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
So you have in front of you a proposed well and septic system for a new house and an ADU. The ADU will be a 2-bedroom as noted on the plan, and the house will be for 6 bedrooms for a total of 8-bedroom septic design. As you can see, I know it's difficult to see, but in the front of the yard is where the leaching trenches are located. And in the back behind the ADU is where the well's located. And so, yeah, if you want to bring it up a little bit there you go. And so there's the well behind the ADU, and the septic tank is in between the ADU and the house, the main house. And this is unique in one respect. When you look at the line that goes from the septic tank to the leaching field, it's right against the foundation. I'm not comfortable with that, and I asked the engineer why it couldn't be further out, but he is sleeving it, and there's a note, a very small note. It's hard to read the notes, but up where the circle was, right there. Sarah and I reviewed this together with Deschang, by phone with Deschang. That's showing that a sleeve is being added, but again, it abuts the side of the house. If it was in the house, it would have to go through the plumbing inspector. But because it's just outside under the driveway, it is under our jurisdiction. There's nothing that says it can't be that way that I've found, but it just is different. We've never seen this before. The good part, it's sleeved in case anything happens. They can pull the pipe out. Hopefully they'll never have to dig it up, because if they do, what my recommendation would be is that they change the pipe to be further out from the house. But I'll let the engineer explain why it was designed that way. The engineer, this is a third revision, did update the plans to what was required. There is, as I left him a note today, there's a groundwater profile on the second page, but it's not scaled. Groundwater profiles are mostly scaled, but I checked it with a scaled ruler to the, you can go to page 2 if you want, Sarah. Thank you. And you'll see that below there is the groundwater profile. Usually to the side of those profiles are a scale of the elevations. But when I looked at the deep holes, compared that and set up my own scale to the side, it's compliant. The upper trench is 5.32 feet to groundwater, adjusted groundwater, and the lower trench is 7.71 feet. And that line that goes down through the bottom is the actual point to point termination of groundwater, which is done through groundwater profiling, and a groundwater profile is noted. Like I said, in future, I'll sit with Deishang and show him examples of how we see groundwater profiles, but it's sufficient in my view for the approval of the plan. There was a question on page 1 again. I'm sorry to bounce you around, Sarah, but in respect to the old foundation, that old foundation has to be removed before they do the final grading. So it just says abandoned. There's a well there too, so they got a well and an old foundation to the side of the septic leaching field. And there's 2 notes: abandon the well per state and Sherborn Board of Health codes. We do have codes on well abandonments under our well regulations, and abandon the old foundation per state and Sherborn Board of Health code. I'm not for sure what code we might have, but in respect to that, it would have to be removed and down to virgin soil, and then new soil brought in to fill in those solid lines of your final grades, to fill in those final grades without the foundation in that location. Outside of that, I recommend approval of both the well and the septic system as presented on this plan. Yeah, I'm ready for any questions if need be.
Yeah. Deshane, could you explain to us the main line running along the foundation?
Yeah, so it's basically trying to minimize the distance going into the driveway, and it's actually when you put the sleeves or the pipe against the foundation wall, it's actually reduce the pressure, the stress on those sewer pipes, because it basically, when you have a tire going in, normally you don't get much of pressure. And at our work review, Mark recommended to put a sleeve. I think that's a good idea in case, hopefully never needed. If it needed, at least they don't have to digging up their driveway. So before, we were putting the septic tank in front of the main house, but the local bylaw requires I don't know for the ADU, because I see people in other towns who can have like a smaller poor house. They will just run a line into the septic tank far away, but we're trying to observe to comply with the same requirement as a 50-foot within 50 feet of the drawings. So I have to put in between over there, and the running against the foundation. The foundation actually is put on more solid. As I explained, there's no structural concern from engineering perspective, but definitely have like an O&M in the future in case. So that's why we agreed to put a 6-inch sleeve H20 loading there, so that they get, if they need it, they can slice out 4-inch pipes. I think that's a very good practice. So that's all.
Okay, thank you, Deshane. Board members, questions?
Did you give us a rationale for not being farther away from the foundation?
That's what he just stated, Rebecca. Do you want him to repeat his response?
Well, I didn't really understand that was a rationale for, it was what he, whatever.
Deshane, can you summarize what you just told us, in the shortest way possible?
Yeah, so from first is the location have the tightest, road to go in from the septic tank and houses to the leaching field, which I didn't mention. And second is the structure or capacity concerns. So when you go against the footing is setting much on a solid ground. So when you run a pipe around, it's almost like you strike like earthquakes. If things fall down, it don't fall on you. So when the car in and out, if you move out into the driveway, when the car driving on it, they taking more load, then you would be closer to the footing. And so it's not a structure or mechanic kind of concern. So that's why. But this, no matter where we put in the driveway, it will have O&M, same O&M concern. So the sleeves under the paved driveway is a good practice, and we took that recommendation and added the sleeve.
Right. But we know that the system would work better if it's farther out.
No, I don't see any impact on the performance.
Wouldn't at all, because you think all of the motion is down. There's no outward motion.
I don't understand. Which that's a performance for the septic systems?
Yeah.
I don't see any impact on the performance because the leachate size is the same and the septic tank size is the same. So actually the shortest pipe connection probably a little bit better in my view. So in a way, the shorter the pipelines, the less resistance and less problems may rise. So
thank you. And what type of driveway is it?
it's just a regular driveway.
Paved?
Paved driveway, yes.
Or gravel or
Paved,
grass?
paved driveway, yes.
Does that have an impact in your opinion?
No, the paved driveway is from the structure wise, the pavement is more solid than any loose gravel from the pressure onto the sewer pipeline. So when you have a paved driveway, they distribute the pressure from traffic or from cars much more evenly, and you have less pressure on the sewer pipe. And on top of it, we have another sleeve in between. So it's a served for structural strengths and as well as provide a path for future easy maintenance. So I think that's what I can say.
If I can just add a question too, if I may, and Rebecca, I didn't mean to jump in over your question, but have you passed this by the building inspector to make sure he's okay with this right next to the foundation?
I haven't, but from my experience, I run quite a few projects in similar ways, so I never running into any questions from building department.
Well, if he does decide he doesn't want it, you will need to come back with a revised plan.
Understand. I will check with the Chris. I'm not speaking for him, but I will definitely check with him and from building code or from anything as I try to explain. Yeah, so there's no setback requirement. So
other board members with questions? All right. I do not hear or see other board members with questions. All right. So I think, Mark, you're looking for a motion of the board for approval?
Oh, correct. Of both the well location and the septic system design.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the well and septic plans for 73 Forest Street as proposed? I'm going to pause and just say we could add in conditional to review with the building inspector. I would suggest that we don't do that because it could be the future homeowners, the future property owners. They might in fact be slightly relocating the house. I do not know. I think at the time when there is a building application would be the appropriate time to check. But that's just my 2 cents on that. So I would certainly entertain a friendly amendment. So my motion is to approve the well and septic application as proposed here for 73 Forest Street.
Do we know, I'm sorry, I know you just made a motion, but do we know that there's a future owner, or is this a spec house?
This is just a square on a paper.
Right,
There's
just a
no
spec
building.
house at this point.
Paper. My question is it owned by a builder who plans to sell it, or are we building this for an owner who's making the design?
It's for the current landowner and for them to be able to marketing to future owner.
So the designer, because there's a lot of land around here, right? So and I'm just curious. So the person who's building the house is not planning to live there. They're planning to sell this to some future resident.
If I understand, that's correct.
Yeah, that's my question. Because
Yes, that is correct. We are not planning to build anything here. We're simply planning to sell the lot to someone who will build there.
And the point of these plans is to demonstrate to a potential buyer that it is buildable lot.
That is correct. That's exactly right.
All right.
So if a new buyer wanted to have the house someplace else, we would see the plans would come back to the board? Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Excuse me.
And frankly, given that there are no floor plans with this, we would be seeing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that time, I think when they file a building permit, they have to come back for the board to check it out to make sure those in compliance with the room count and everything, bedroom numbers.
So, excuse me, Julie, you did a motion?
I will make the motion to see if it's seconded. I move to approve the well and septic application for 73 Forest Street as proposed.
Seconded.
I would like to make a friendly amendment.
All right, friendly amendment in the discussion, please.
Whether we request that on the as-built plans there be a profile added, the scale on the, or a scale, sorry, I switched that around, a scale added to the profile.
The groundwater profile, Darryl. Yeah.
Groundwater profile, yes.
It's basically, normally, most of the time, I haven't seen people require that. Even though that profile is joined to scale, I can add in the scale bar at the bottom as Mark recommended in the future. So if he can measure, because that's how I can measure that depths on the plan. So it was to a scale, but since
actually, I guess that never mind, that won't work because you're possibly not going to be building the septic system. This is just for the plan.
Yeah,
so
I think
for
never
mind. Let's skip that.
Yeah, as-built is not much function,
I was just
benefit.
trying to uphold our standards for plans so that we don't keep slipping away from that information being there, because it took Mark extra time to just go and double check that rather than having it right
in the future. Definitely, I appreciate it, Mark's effort. In the future, I will make sure I put the scale bar on so that he don't have to do all the mathematic analysis.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. We have a retracted friendly amendment. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
No. Darryl Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, abstain.
Motion carries 4-1-0.
Thank you so much. Mark, I need to deliver 2 more plans to you tomorrow.
As long as you have 4 plans, that's fine, and you're
Yeah.
welcome to do that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
do that. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. And good luck to you, Mr. and Ms. Burris.
Thank you very much, all of you. This is a very hard thing for us to do, and we appreciate your very fair evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You're welcome.
So I
I
think
think
we have
that
a few
motion
people.
was 4
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
0 to 1.
4 to 0. Did I get the order wrong? So
Yeah,
it's
it's
ayes, nays, and then abstains. Pardon me. I got that. I'm sorry. It is four
No
four
problem.
ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Thank you. Motion still passes, but thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that. I was getting it confused. I always appreciate those corrections.
It misunderstood.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's a
If I
good
may,
catch.
Madam
Yeah.
Co-Chairs, if I may,
45
the next
Rockwood?
item is 45 Rockwood. I apologize to 102, but that's just the way the agenda was set up. We have Julia Bench here, and I have reviewed the building plans previously with Juliet and also presently because they were planning this future work. They had certain bathroom work approved, but they didn't get the final approved yet, and unfortunately, the contractor jumped the gun. So now we're trying to get this resolved. So what we have is a house that's very unique in some respects. It originally had a lot of bedrooms in the lower level, and if we can show the plans on the screen, that would be great, Sarah.
The
And
version 2, Sarah, if you don't mind. It's the one that has the existing relative to the proposed. Thank you.
we got some good plans on it, and you'll see that, and I'll look at my plans, they're easier to see on my not on the computer, is that this being the upper level, and you'll see on that upper level, we'll start from that. Thank you, Sarah. We'll start from left to right, and you have bedroom 3, bedroom 2. These are all the proposed. The existing's on the right side, and bedroom 3 down the bottom. And originally up there, they had a great room and a primary bedroom. And so they're making that area 3 bedrooms on the upper level, as we see in most conventional houses. Just so the board knows, they have a compliant septic system put in about 5 years ago, and it was built for 4 bedrooms. And so we got to get to 4 bedrooms and 9 rooms is the max allowed. And then they have what they call ground level, but not lower level. So ground level is more like the first level. And in that area, you have the existing on the left and I'm sorry, the proposed on the left, the existing on the right, just like the other plan. And presently they're planning to, well, if you want to look at the existing, it's a family room, kitchen, living room, dining room, and an entry. And then the new is pretty much close to the same. The family room, the kitchen's being modified a little bit. The dining room still stays, and the living room still stays. So pretty much it's close. It's just the kitchen's getting some renovations. And Juliet, feel free to jump in if I'm providing it wrong information.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So we're up to 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms so far. And then we go to the lower level, and we probably want to look at what was existing down there. You had 3 bedrooms down there, a hallway, and a laundry room. And then if you look at what they're proposing to combine the 2 bedrooms on the bottom side into one, bedroom number 4, and then make the bedroom that was called number 4 an office study. The concern is, as you can see from the existing, there was all lower level bedrooms and a full bathroom. So there has been, consideration that because even though it's changing names and it is changing in dimensions as well, the office gets bigger, is to have a deed recording to note that the basement room office is never to become a bedroom, so that's understood because it was a bedroom originally. And there was some concern that not this owner, but a future owner might say, because Juliet, if you can explain, is this a walk?
Yes.
Is there a walkout down there on the
Yes.
lower level? Thank you.
So our lower level, when we bought the house, it had 3 rooms that at some point they had used as bedrooms. And so on our as built plans that we submitted, they were all labeled bedrooms. We have used one as an office, one as a bedroom, and one as really like a flex space. So as Mark just noted in our in our upstairs plan, we want to move our daughter upstairs. We have one child, and she's been on this level by herself, and we really want to move her upstairs so that she's on the same level as us. And so in doing that, we created the 2 bedrooms out of the great room. And we also wanted to add this design of our house, as Mark said, it's very unique. And we get a lot of heat and cooling loss in the winter and summer because of this great room and how it's connected to the foyer. And so we used on the lower level, the middle bedroom, which was our daughter's room, is actually, we're calling it a utility room because we have an HVAC compressor that'll go in there and kind of feed the upstairs. We decided that office study. So on the right, you have these 3 rooms, and then on the left, you have this office study utility bedroom. We actually decided to just keep the office the same size as what was previously listed as bedroom 4. That's always been an office since we moved in. So it's just, again, it's just labeled bedroom because our architect pulled from the original plans from 1974. So that is going to just remain the same. There's nothing changing there. My husband, in the span of this construction, actually is now working out of the house at a new job. So we're keeping the office small. And then we'll have that middle room as the utility room holding the HVAC system. And then that bedroom 4 is, we're not using it as a bedroom, but if it makes sense to keep it on the plan as a bedroom, that's fine. We're still within our 4 bedrooms. But that lower level is really more of like office space storage and then our laundry in that bathroom. And in the bathroom and laundry, nothing's been touched down there. We put in a new floor and painted down there. So
if I can ask a question. So
Yes.
if you're bringing that wall back on the office, where all those closets are, what size is that and what is the purpose? Is that a storage room or?
It's not even a room. So if you see on the original drawing, there's no entryway. So that's kind of an open space as you go downstairs, and then there are sliders there. So that's going to stay the same. I think in the past it was a flex space. Like we kind of used it for like my daughter's toys. We don't have a plan for it now, again, because we're kind of trying to move kind of the living space up to the ground level and the second level and kind of keep this more of like a functional storage like area. So there's no that's really an open space right now.
So I just want to clarify one thing because I'm
Yes.
the one marking this up. So you're bringing this wall back to where it is now, so you're not changing the bedroom.
Yep.
Okay, and is this right here? You said slider. Is this a slider to outside, like to grade, or?
Yep, it's to grade. So it's our house, it's a split level and the lot is also slanted. And so this level is the lower level. It's on a slab and it is a walkout. So it's on grade.
Yeah. So that would be you would exit right where the arrow's being drawn?
Yeah, so there's a slider there currently and we would keep that. Yep.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do you plan on keep the closet in the office space?
No, we actually took the doors off. I mean, the closet's still there, but we did take the doors off because it's going to be like a built-in.
It really doesn't matter, but
Okay, yeah. So structurally, it's the same.
But it can look like, well, that could be a bedroom, but I think the board may discuss the opportunity to at least shore up this addition by a deed recording, but I'll leave that up to the board.
Yeah. And yeah, this is like I said, like the upstairs is the additional bedroom and master bed, and then we have a library den, which I know according to Massachusetts or Sherborn rules that will technically be a bedroom. So we tried to kind of like keep it even Steven.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm all set with the review. I don't know if Sarah wants to add any input. If not, I'll entertain any questions from the board or the homeowner. It's kind of a rush job, just so you know, because I think the contractor got ahead of himself.
I think this looks fine. I don't have issues with closets being in an office. The only thing, and this would relate to having a deed recording, is that the lower level, having 1 bedroom, but a full bath, it does make it seem pretty inviting that this could be a 5th bedroom. So either we say something like the house shall only be used as a 4-bedroom, something only have 4 bedrooms, however we word that, or we could just say only one room on the lower level could be used as a bedroom. There could be a number of ways to approach that, since the ones upstairs from here are automatically bedrooms. You could use it as a den, not so a little. And it's different just in terms of how we usually interpret things, because
And we're fine with that. We're you know, the intention was again to move our daughter upstairs and to stay at obviously like a 4-bedroom.
Yeah. That's all I have about that, really. Again, it would just be to warn people in the future, because if they looked at that without the deed recording, that would tell a future buyer there's a restriction on this because of the septic sizing. Then they, as they walk around looking at some time far in the future, they weren't confused and thinking that it was a 5-bedroom. And then people come in and are disappointed when they have to talk to us, and we have to point that out. So,
Further questions from the board? I don't see any other questions from board members. Gerald, do you want to make the motion then?
I'm trying to decide which way we structure it. Do we just say limit house to 4 bedrooms, or specify about this lower level?
I think you know, if we're looking at this, the house is to be 4 bedrooms. Realistically, a future owner with the proposed changes could interchangeably use the office study space with the bedrooms that are on the upper level. But I think with the system, the house is to be considered a 4-bedroom and kept at a 4-bedroom until the system is replaced or upgraded, which, since they just did that recently, I don't
Which
think
hopefully won't be too soon.
yeah, would not be for a while.
5 years.
But you know, this certainly is, this office study is not, it doesn't qualify for being not counted as a room in any way, which is not what's being proposed here, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that,
and usually it's clear when we just have a regular basement, you know, that doesn't have nice big walkout or windows, and then we're just talking about basement rooms and kind of treating them differently. But this is just a different setup. But so, Julie, you're advocating for just specifying the limit to 4-bedroom.
right, to the house to be limited and counted with 4 bedrooms with this new proposal, versus specifying which rooms to be counted as the bedrooms.
No, I only would have said only 1 bedroom in the lower level.
1 bedroom in the lower level. I mean, I guess my argument against that is a future owner could use these 2 rooms in the lower level as bedrooms, and then the 1 bedroom is the office. I mean,
and I just have one comment.
People could do that with any of their homes, right?
I only have one comment, and however you vote is ultimately fine. But I would, because the upstairs, well, I guess it counts as a bedroom anyways. But as Julie just mentioned, like if somebody were to buy this house in 10 years and wanted like 2 kids downstairs with the bathroom and then 1 up in the study, like I wouldn't want to kind of limit them. But again, this is like years in the future, so it's fine. But just it came to mind as we were talking about it. So,
and we're not the
All
bed.
right, then do we need to say anything? Because the plans, as they're currently labeled, and the number of rooms in the house speak to a 4-bedroom.
No.
So maybe it's inconsistent to even call it out for this, because it's not a typical basement.
yeah, and we do have a basement, like a real basement. Again, like it's almost like a little zigzag house. This is just,
okay.
Yeah, and the basement is truly a basement. It's like unfinished space. There's a furnace, there's furnace. We took out the oil, but it's truly unfinished.
Okay. Maybe we don't need any deed recording then. What do you think, Mark?
I think we're okay. What I would ask for is if indeed the basement where the office study is going to have the wall where it presently is just resubmit that part. That's all, so I can
Okay.
approve what truly is going to happen there. And we'll, once that comes in, let me know. Sometimes I don't know when things are added to building applications, so I can expedite the approval because I know you're in a jam right now with getting this work completed.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll resubmit that with the red line drawn where it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to confirm before we wrap up, does anyone else on the board have opposition to not having this motion that the house is to be considered 4 bedrooms for the deed restriction? I'm comfortable with that, not having the deed restriction, but is there anyone on the board who's not comfortable? Please speak up because I can't see you. Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. Steve, you're okay with this?
I'm
Or
fine with
opposition?
it.
Rebecca?
I have no comment.
Okay.
All right,
Um,
and I
so-
would make, or you
Go
could
ahead. I
make.
was gonna say, go ahead, Daryl. I don't think there's a motion to be made then.
So I move that we approve this plan as a 4-bedroom dwelling compatible with the 4-bedroom septic.
So
Friendly
moved.
amendment safe. Okay.
Seconded.
Okay. Friendly amendment, 4-bedroom, 9-room, comma. We'll just add that comma, 9-room. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Daryl Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for your patience, Juliet.
Oh, no, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
So now we have, if the chair so wishes, we have 102 Washington Street.
Yes, let's see if they're still with
The
us.
owners here. The
Oh, you
owners
are.
here. Hello.
You didn't fall asleep.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Not a
I want
problem.
to preference, these homeowners bought the house the way it is. Changes were made prior to them being there. And it really is a very interesting scenario. They have 3 areas of living. They have the main house, they have a cottage, and they have what they call the barn seasonal living. So in 2000, I talked to Chris Canny. Both Sarah and I called him this afternoon, midday, to go over all these building apps. And he said back in 2012, a building permit was drawn to just renovate the main house. And just so the board knows, they have a septic system that was approved and a certificate of compliance issued in 2005. And it called out 7 bedrooms, 6 bedrooms in the main house with 13 rooms, and 1 bedroom in the cottage with 3 rooms. What Mr. Canny explained is he believes what happened before his time with the previous building commissioner was they may have done more room conversions than what they originally had applied for. They applied just to renovate rooms. So now the present main house, originally 13 rooms, is now 8 rooms. So that came down quite a bit with 4 bedrooms. And then the cottage, which was originally 1 bedroom and 3 rooms total, went to a matter of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. So there's 4 rooms in the cottage, 2 bedrooms. And by the way, the bedroom count in the main house went down to 4 bedrooms from the plans we have here. And then the seasonal living, and that's a very unique facility. I asked Chris today, I said, "Where's the kitchen?" And he said, "Well, they had a little like hot plate and refrigerator in the mudroom area, and that's up on the upper plan there. You'll see a little mudroom, and that is seasonal, and it's forced to be seasonal right now. It has a living room / dining room, always one big room, but with an opening, but it looks big enough. And then it has the office on the other side, And what I saw was, let's see, there was, unless they changed it to office, it was called a bedroom. Is the other one show a bedroom? It showed a bedroom and a living room, dining room on one of the plans. That office may have been labeled as a bedroom in the other plan there, on the other side of it.
Yeah, I think that in the building permit application software, this is labeled as bedroom, but I think
Yeah.
Chris may emailed this where it's labeled as office.
So it could be one or the other. We'll call it a room for now, but that barn seasonal living is living room, dining room. I called it as one, and the office, which I called a bedroom, and because it was labeled as a bedroom, and we saw it as possibly 3 rooms. So to go and to add up everything, if we want to just add up the rooms, 8 for the main house, 4 for the cottage, and 3 for the barn seasonal living, turns out to be what they're allowed, which is 15 rooms. For a 7-bedroom house, you can have up to 15 rooms, and that's what they have. Now, the seasonal barn living is truly seasonal, and Chris indicated to me today that the reason it's seasonal is because the water pipe that goes there was not put in appropriately. It was put in not the 4-foot depth, so they have to drain it out or it will freeze in the winter. So it's actually got some controls on it presently. But what happened with the previous owners, and I want to make that clear, it wasn't the new owners here, is someone back in the day put a septic line from the barn to the line that comes down from the cottage and connected it there without any septic permits. And by the way, without any building permits either. So all this was done with no permits. The good thing here is that when you go to look at the room count and the bedroom count would be 4 in the main house and 2 in the cottage and 1 in the barn seasonal. There's your 7 bedrooms as well. So it kind of all flushes out because they must have combined rooms in the main house to gather these additional additions they did without knowledge to us, but it kind of worked out for the new owners that the certificate still will stand as a 7-bedroom, 15-room house, basically. And the board gave a little grace to having 3 rooms in the cottage. So it really originally would have been considered 16 rooms, even though that requires an 8-bedroom septic. That they looked at it as a campus. With that said, they are in a jam. They've applied for the appropriate building permits. They will need to apply for the septic permit to tie the barn into the septic system. And they have a very recent Title V inspection. I think it was done May 1st, Friday. And it passed. So with that said, but that's when we saw the line coming off the barn, seasonal barn. I'll leave it to the board's discussion, but if the board decides that this major conversion is okay, then they will need to come in. And I believe Paul Saunier designed the septic system, and he's planning to work with these clients to design the building pipe that goes from the seasonal barn living to the septic. And I'm not for sure, and we can ask the present homeowners if they're planning to continue seasonal or they're planning to put a water line in deeper so they can have water throughout the year. That's pretty much my presentation. Sarah, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I don't think so. I think that's everything.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for helping with the review.
I have a question. In the barn, this is I assume conditioned there's HVAC in these living spaces.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I think Mark's question was do you intend to redo that plumbing line so it doesn't freeze?
We don't. We actually have that house on the market right now, and so we don't have any current plans to winterize the apartment.
Okay. Other board members with questions?
So am I interpreting this correctly that aside from getting an approved connection to the septic to make sure that that was done correctly for the seasonal accommodation. If that was done properly, not seeing anything that
Well, we have the septic plan if you
problematic
need.
room.
Yeah, do you want to see the
on.
septic plan, Daryl, to show the title? Sarah, do we have the plan at the Title V inspector submitted last Friday available?
I think so, yes.
And at the very end is where it shows that pipe you're asking about, Daryl. And from what I can see, they just connected it without even a clean out. It would be the last page.
Yeah.
And they did it
Okay.
without any clean outs, not even, oh, maybe the second to last. Not, there it is, right there. You'll look to there we go, beautiful. You can see from the barn, it goes up in that cottage sewer pipe, which was approved under our plans. That's the pipe that was never approved and it was connected by the previous owner or someone connected. And we'd love to know who the installer was that did that work. But again, that's for another day. But they would have to put a clean out if they're going directly into a pipe of that nature. And I would have to make sure the slope is per Title V requirements. So that sewage never gets clogged in that pipe.
Maybe this is the opportunity to bring it up to code and make it better if you're selling it anyway. What about making it said because the future residents will have big problems on their hands?
And that's a good point, Rebecca. They are planning that. They're planning to hire Paul Saunier to design a septic plan for the building pipe. And from what Chris Canny told us, they're also planning to bring up to standard anything that was built prior to their time to make sure it was all done in compliance with the building codes as well. So they know they have to do that, and I don't think they're in any way contesting that. It's just this is the step where we wanted to make sure the board knew what was happening at this property. If that helps.
Yes, thanks.
You're welcome.
So I am in agreement with the room and the bedroom count. It is nice that everything equaled out in the end. That makes this a lot easier. And certainly, making sure that line from the barn is in fact engineered and designed so that it doesn't eventually become a problem. That is, thank you for doing that. Not everyone would have gone through the effort to do that, to bring this into compliance. And to Rebecca's point, you are doing a service to whoever purchases this home.
Thank you. There's been quite a few surprises, and we want to try to fix what's wrong for anyone who may be next there. So we appreciate your time and guidance on how to try to get this right, because we were not aware or made aware of at the time of these issues, but we appreciate your help.
And if I can add, there's a couple steps to getting a septic plan in. One, conservation will have to approve it, and then I have to bring it back to this board. So, as soon as you can get Paul to draft that septic plan, have them submit it both to our department and to the Conservation Commission. And once they approve it, I can send it to our board for their approval. So the sooner the better. We meet again in 2 weeks, but I would hope that if they can get it done in the next 10 days, I could get this on the agenda.
I guess one question we had, just because, we are in the middle of the process of selling the house. I mean, if we have an interested buyer and there's an offer and we close, I assume, if this is mid-process, everything just transfers to the new owners.
True.
How would that work?
Well, say if you don't, I can't approve the building application that's been submitted till this pipe is properly installed.
Right.
So that building permit's going to have a note on it. It can't be approved until septic is properly connected. And so what would happen is, say you sell it next week, the new homeowners would have to follow through if they want that building application approved. But I think we'll probably hopefully be, even if you have a P&S, we'll hopefully be ahead of that so that you can put that septic pipe and have a licensed installer put it in, and hopefully all wrap up before the actual sale. I mean, that's why I'd say have Paul Saunier. I know he's your engineer. I've been told he's working on this project because he's the one that originally designed it. The sooner he can get me that septic plan, it's not a difficult review. It's just making sure the slope is correct and the clean out's proper. Then I can, review it, but I have to wait for conservation to review it as well.
Okay.
And then I can get it back to the board. Then if that's approved and installed, then I can approve the building application. It's that way. It works in those type of steps. I hope that won't curtail your sale. I mean, you can keep actively trying to sell it. It's just that I can't approve that building application until those steps are kept completed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Mr. and Ms. McGowan? Are you?
No, I'm afraid we don't even know what we should probably ask. So we
Oh, no, it's okay.
we're gonna go with your, whatever you guys recommend that we, make it right. So and that all sounds reasonable and doable. Like,
The practical questions that come as you go through this process, please feel free to reach out to Mark or to Sarah, and they will help guide you. I know it's a big swirl when you're in the process of selling. It's hard to keep track of which foot comes before, which foot comes after. So, and it sounds like, Mark, you don't need a motion from us.
No,
Because,
just more
right.
confirmation that you're okay with the
Yeah.
bedroom count the way and room count the way it was converted prior to these owners. And so it's more of a just confirmation that you're okay with the way Sarah and I reviewed the room count.
All right, so why don't we just do that quick check in with the board? For me, this passes the gut check. This is 7 bedrooms and the required 15 rooms. Diana?
I'm fine with it also.
Yep. Daryl?
Same. I only count 6 bedrooms presently, but it could accommodate 7.
Okay. Steve?
I'm fine. I think it all looks good.
Okay. And Rebecca?
Just wondering what the comment was that Mark made about 8 bedrooms. What was that from the past?
Well, no, it was approved. I have the certificate of compliance. It was approved for 7 bedrooms, and a total of 16 rooms back in 2005 and septic was installed at that time as well. They converted all these rooms, not the new owners. The previous owners converted a lot down there without our knowledge, without drawing permits.
Right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Sounds good. I think that's wrapped up. Thank you so much for your time and your patience this evening.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, one more question about the barn apartment? And I'm just asking, for purposes of optionality, like if we got a buyer interested in the property and they said, oh, we wouldn't even want the barn apartment because obviously we're disclosing all of these issues to buyers as they come that we're dealing with this, and if I'm just wondering, is one option for us to just, cap the pipe, essentially make the barn apartment into like a storage space, right? In other words,
no
we're not
plumbing,
using
no
it.
electricity, no
Right.
store, like just shut it
I
all
just want
down.
to make sure we understand all the options. Obviously, like we're going to pursue what it takes to fix it. But if a buyer came along and said, well, wait a second, like we actually just want to, for whatever reason, they either want to buy it quickly or they aren't interested in the space as living space. And,
You could dismantle it and dismantle the pipe connection, and that would have to be permitted, the pipe being disconnected, and so we can
Yeah.
observe that and have a installer certify they disconnected the pipe. That you could do that. I mean, we would want to make sure the barn goes back to being a barn, and that could be what a future owner may want. So,
yeah,
by all
exactly.
means, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why we wanted
I just
to
want to make
ask.
sure we
That's a
know
good
all,
question.
as
Yeah,
people come to
sure.
look at the house and what
Yeah.
they just so they know what's possible. So that's helpful.
That's definitely a possibility, and you'll still have, if you want to let them know, they still have capacity to do something maybe in the cottage or the house because you have all this extra
Right.
capacity.
Yeah. So maybe they'd want to make that.
They might want that optionality. Yeah, that's a good.
There's a lot of you have a lot of options based on the design of that septic system.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
flow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, let's see.
I have the Sherborn out if you want to go over that
Yeah,
one. I'm
let's just
sorry.
let's close out your business here,
I'm
Mark.
sorry, guys. Sherborn out should be easy. Chris did most of the work. Chris Canny, our building commissioner, he basically submitted information on what we did in the past. Back in 2003, the board, they had to repair the leaching field, and Paul Saunier did some calculations. And in reading the minutes from that era, we actually required that the Sherborn Out, that's what it was called back then, have a capacity of 499 gallons per day. I think the board may have recognized, I don't know if you were there, Daryl, that there could be potential use for that. Well, now the new owners would like, it originally was a wine retail sales, as well as they served like paninis and so forth, hot sandwiches that were prepared at the out and brought, I mean, at the inn and brought over to the out, and minimal food prep, so minimum waste, but they had the capacity for it. Now they want to switch from retail to assembly, and they would have to have, if they go with assembly, 15 gallons per seat. It's considered a function hall at 15 gallons, so Chris would have to, when it comes through as a building permit, if it's not there already, as long as it's not over 32 people, maybe 33 people, but it has the capacity for 499 gallons. I believe it is a building application presently there for 30 people, and putting in a handicap bathroom. They already have a little bathroom behind where the food shop used to be, that little food aisle. So I don't see a problem with it. I just want to make sure the board knew this was happening, and I wanted to make sure I passed it by the board.
Mark, I'm just confused from the note from Saulnier from 2003.
Yes.
It was determined that the required flow be 499
That was required by the Board of Health.
by the board. And then I think what was proposed was for 2 additional trenches of 85 feet.
Yeah.
And then he says a capacity of 1,190. I'm not sure where, based on the loading rate, he got that 1,190.
I believe he was adding the out needed a repair system at that time, so he was combining the two together.
He was an addition on top of an existing. Okay, that makes more sense, because otherwise the calculation didn't work.
Yeah, no, that is correct. And so the out unfortunately had a failed septic system and needed that repaired, and that's when the board entertained that the inn, and the board entertained that the out also have 499 gallons. So the board actually made it very good for the new owners.
Okay, so then we're taking that 1,190 and dividing it by the 15 GPD under Title V for the function hall, which means they could have a capacity with that use of up to 79 seats. Did I get that right?
No, the way I read it, in the minutes, I read 499 gallons was being proposed. You'll see that on 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down at the end of the sentence, estimated flow of 499 gallons per day generated from the out. And that's where the 499 comes from, and the 30 people is what they're proposing for assembly. So it's 499 gallons. That was required by the Board of Health. The minutes were interesting. I was amazed that the board, and they must have had foresight that this could be used for assembly someday.
I have not seen the minutes. So we're taking the 499, and okay, so that's where you said, so that would be 33 seats, but you're saying a max, they're proposing a maximum of 30 seats.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
There is that 11,090, 1,190. I would have to go back and check that, but the 499 is what I was basing everything on. But they did add 2 85-foot lines, and that could have been for some extra capacity for the inn as well, but I would need to check that. I can do that if you want.
These feed into the same system, correct?
Yeah, it's the same system. It's the same. It's where they play the different games and so forth. And we always warn them, if they do ice skating, they don't want to put that right over the leaching area, but it's that whole field on that side to the right of the inn.
Yeah. Yeah, the leaching field at the Fireside is almost the size of the school, which I think is always
it is. And be honest with you, they learned prior to previous owners how important it is to maintain the grease tanks outside. You know, that they don't need a failure, because Unfortunately, if that system fails, it could be complications with the public water supplies in that area, including their own public water supply. So they know the importance of it. And from what I hear, they've been doing a very good job with that.
I have no doubt. Okay, thank you. That clarifies. So what's being proposed
Yeah.
is the 30 seats.
Yeah.
Okay. Other board members with questions or clarifications? No one? Does anybody need to do a pinch test on themselves? It's 10:30. Are you still there? Are you still with us? All
I
right.
need to get a glass of water right now, but I'll be right with you.
Okay. So
Doing a
I,
lot of
I think I think and Sarah, please help us if you're still with us. I don't Mark is just bringing this before us for, again, confirmation. He is not looking for a vote. Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so Mark, I'm sorry. I looked down. I thought you were getting water.
Yeah, I just shut myself up. The water's right behind me, so I just had to
Okay.
get a quick drink.
That's good. I thought you had to step away.
No.
All right. So then why don't we just go around and do that sense of the board for the confirmation? For me, if what's being requested is that 30 seats, yes, it appears to be adequate design flow. Daryl?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
Sounds good. Diana?
I'm fine with it.
Steve?
I'm gonna butter, so I'm not sure if I can.
Oh,
Do I
forgot
abstain?
about that, Steve.
You should
Okay.
abstain, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll abstain.
Thank you, Steve. I am sorry. I forgot to give you a moment to
No,
say
you're
that.
fine.
And then Rebecca.
I'm fine.
All right. All right. So it sounds like good to move forward with this one.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Mark, you can go drink all the water you want. We finished your business.
Thank you. Well, I'll stay for CNL.
So
If there is anything.
Sarah, are you still with us, Sarah?
I'm here.
All right, Sarah, why don't we just do you want to go through here's what I propose, Sarah. It is 10:30. So I think we need to do the CNL Frosty update. I expect that'll be short. The Charles River community session update, I think that'll probably be pretty brief. I would then say to the board, we can, if we want to review the draft policy for fee waivers, we can do that tonight. There is no, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no immediate urgency for the initial draft review of this. If we do not think we're going to give it good thinking, which is very possible at 10:30, then I would suggest that this potentially gets moved to a future meeting. But Sarah, if I'm wrong about timing or urgency, please correct me because I might have forgotten.
I would say it depends on how the board views the issue, only because we have the summer concert series coming up with the Friends of the Sherborn Library, which is we are now processing applications for in terms of and the payments for those are coming up. Also, we have the various ice cream truck permits coming in shortly for the COA and the library as well. So I guess it depends on where the board views the importance of the issue. I'm fine. I can speed run it. I can also push it to the next meeting.
I actually felt it was a complicated document, and there's some issues that we used to use as guidance in the past that aren't captured in there yet.
And I can also provide
urgency. I'd almost rather tackle the specific issues and see if we could get through that. I think things just went off course at some point. We really only started out meaning to give an exception to Pilgrim Church, COA Pilgrim Church.
I can also provide some context on more information I've gathered today.
Why don't we do that? Why don't you give us the context? We might not get into the nitty-gritty, but at least kind of build some scaffolding for when we dig into this more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just quickly also just do the the CNL update because
You want to do it in order? Sounds good.
Just
Your
wanna
choice. It's your
move
update.
through everything. And also the temporary permits for this weekend are very important as well.
Yeah.
So gotta make sure we get those done.
What order would you like to go in, Sarah? I'm happy to defer.
I don't have a preference. I just want to make sure we definitely get those food permits taken care of.
We absolutely will. Okay, we'll go in order. CNL Frosty update on the construction of the bathroom. As a reminder, we granted them a variance to operate without a public bathroom through the end of May. And we're checking in to see where they are in the construction, if they're on track or if they would potentially need a small extension.
Yep. I will just read the email I received from Elias. Hi, Sarah. Work is proceeding nicely with the bathroom. We hope to get rough inspections done early next week at the latest. This was sent on Monday, this past Monday. After that, we will be putting things together pretty quickly. Without any unforeseen holdups, we should be all done well before the May 31st deadline. Let me know if you need any other information. And I do believe Chris said this morning that the plumbing inspections all went well. Mark, I believe you were there for that as well. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So things are moving along as planned.
Excellent. So I guess we still have one potential last check-in at our May 20th meeting. We didn't require it of them. We just asked at the beginning of each month. But if it seems, maybe we would just, I would ask you, Sarah, prior to that meeting, maybe by the Friday before, you can just email, just be like, are we on track to be done by May? Because if there was an extension of the variance needed, the May 20th meeting would be the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if they get this done by the end of May, I'll be very impressed and very grateful that they were able to act so quickly.
Okay. Charles River Public Health District meeting update. The public health survey distribution plan was just sent to us this morning, and it is looking like the survey will be opening this Friday, May 8th. And I will be distributing the link to all of the stakeholders in the community, posting it on our website, and sharing information with the relevant groups that we've previously identified as stakeholders. There will be two sessions that we have identified for community listening sessions. The first is on Tuesday, May 19th from 7 to 8 p.m. And the second is on Wednesday, May 20th from 1 to 2 p.m. Currently, we have 10 people signed up across both of those. And we are also considering hosting a hybrid option for the Wednesday, May 20th meeting from 1 to 2 p.m., working on that in conjunction with the COA. And that would take place in the library at that time, if that is a more suitable option for people who may not, who would prefer to be in person than on Zoom.
They should offer snacks.
With what?
They should offer snacks, I'm just saying.
We would have to take those out of our budget.
Oh, out of our budget? Never mind. No, never mind. I thought BME was going to bring them.
No, they'll be joining virtually. It was just an option because the COA has a program right before that. If more people wanted to join instead of having to rush home and join Zoom, or if they were just more comfortable joining in person, I wanted to make sure that was an option for people.
Okay, makes sense.
And
then the policy.
Sorry, I'm just
sorry.
want to go back. I
Yeah.
almost forgot. Since they identified residents in general as a major stakeholder group, besides posting on the website, I wonder if there's anything, should we put something in the paper? I'm not sure.
So,
like Hometown Weekly, telling people that the survey exists?
So my concern with the Hometown Weekly is that actually it costs money, one, and I don't know necessarily, a small blurb how much outreach that would get when we have a lot of other options with the website, our news blast, the COA weekly constant communication distribution list. We have the recreation department distribution list. We have the library distribution list, the Friends of the Sherborn Library distribution list. We have the Library Arts and Crafts Fair on Friday. I'm talking with the police department to include little note cards about it with Officer West. When they give out their information, we can also give out our information, doing a little combination. And we'll also have paper survey options for people, which will be available at the library, town hall, the COA, and also communicating with the churches if they want to do anything. I will be attending some of the coffees with the COA to see if anybody needs help filling out the survey or if they have any questions about it in particular. And also we will be offering large envelopes that we have in the office that if people want to take it home and then come back and drop it off at town hall through the Dropbox, or if they want to work on it another time, they can do that as well. And then those will be collected by our consultants.
Can you also check to see if the library would be okay with next to the computer area, having something that told them that they could log in and go to the survey while they're sitting in the library waiting for their kids to finish with, whatever they might be doing?
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'm also planning on going over there during an Officer West day because they only let one child in the room at a time to read. My plan is to be there, and if any parents are interested, to get that group that way, and also reaching out through the Dover Sherborn Community School Alliance Association, their newsletter, the parent teacher newsletter.
And that's you've already had that posted in the newsletter that goes to the Pine Hill School parent.
Oh, it did get posted?
It's
I
standard.
had no confirmation that it got posted. I'm glad.
Yeah, no, I was gonna screenshot and send it to you. But so that I think it's actually been posted maybe for the last 2 weeks. So at least the challenge if we go to the middle school, high school is then that's also Dover families, and I think this is very targeted at Sherborn, right?
It's a separate Dover survey.
Yeah. So at least for the elementary age parents, there is information going out in the weekly newsletter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions? Sorry, I kind of rambled a whole lot of information at you guys on that.
That's good. Do you want to give us just some important context for the fee waiver policy?
Sure thing. So the document that is in the Google Drive for all the meeting documents is the most updated version. However, our director of finance, Deb Sebring, has been away for the past 2.5 weeks. So I actually saw her in town hall for the first time today. So I managed to track her down, and I talked to her about the policy, and I sent it to her, and she reviewed it with me, and we discussed sort of the logistics of the town department fees with different departments paying for food fees. And she and I both agreed that because it's not necessarily the town generating any profit or capital from a food truck coming into the event, like on a blanket level statement, then we cannot justify not having them pay for the fee, and that the idea of ensuring that there is evidence or proving for these establishments that they will not be generating any profit, or that the town is hiring them out in a way, then we are well within our rights and capabilities to charge them a fee. And then immediately after that conversation, I went down to speak with Jeremy about it and see if he had any input, and he agreed that it's not the same thing as, say, a conservation permit or a building permit for a town or a capital project. It's very niche, and if these establishments are coming into Sherborn, then if they are generating a profit, we should be charging them a fee. And if the town chooses to take on that fee and pay it in their behalf or on their behalf, that is why, if you did get a chance to read over the document, there is the integrated piece that the town only has to pay 50% of the permit fee. And that is because the way that was calculated was based on the actual amount of time it takes for our inspector to do the inspection work. Because realistically, when we look at our permit fees to our spending ratio, the main driver on all of it is that the inspector is hourly and the administrative work that is done with permit fees is done by me, who is the salaried position. And so we are able to sort of, for lack of a better term, absorb that cost for the occasional permit that is paid for by the town. But we are not able to necessarily do that when our inspector has to come out. Unless they can show that whatever funds that they are generating are going back into the town, we do have to charge them a fee. And that was agreed upon by Jeremy as well. And I have also sent him the draft. I did not get his feedback yet, but the feedback from Deb, the director, the finance director, was very positive. And we both actually had the same concern where the last section under enforcement, it says that the Board of Health will exercise its discretion, kind of does open up a big gray area. And she had said that it, creates this gray area, but we're not really sure how to solve it. And I'm open to suggestions. What I'm trying to convey with that section, I'm just reading my email to make sure I have the right words because it is almost 11 o'clock. That I want to convey that if an establishment does not meet the listed criteria that would make them eligible, there might be extenuating circumstances. The board could consider making an exception. I just don't know how to necessarily word that in a way. So definitely, looking for comments and suggestions on that. And that is the additional context that was gathered today.
So board members, with that question in mind, we could adjudicate that now. My suggestion is we will not get to a final place to approve this at 10:45. And so I think that this is excellent seed planting. Sarah, thank you so much for all of your work on this. I think this is a great first draft, and I think there's just a little bit of tweaking. But what I would suggest is at the next, because I don't know what the schedule is going to look like for our May 20th meeting, at the soonest possible meeting that we revisit this when it's practical, when we can actually put some time and thought into it. But then at least this is not the very first time that the members will be seeing it. But yeah, so if it fits into the May 20th meeting, please do that. Otherwise, the first June meeting would be great. And at least in terms of for the summer concerts, I think that I don't even think they request a fee waiver. At least traditionally they haven't. And I don't know about for the COA ice cream. I think they, I don't know if they've requested one historically or not.
The COA ice cream, they have asked.
They have asked
a bunch of times, but we've had mixed feelings because they wanted the fee waived, but then the for-profit truck came in. So it depends on whether the COA was paying for all the ice cream. It gets very confusing. Those are some of the lines. Like if we're waiving the fee for the host, so to speak, but then they're coming in and making a profit, and C&L Frosty could argue that people would be coming down there and getting ice cream if not for some mobile truck that was getting a bargain to come in and sell their product. That's where it gets sticky. That's the part we've tried to address in the past, to not be discriminatory against our existing food establishments in town.
Let's see if it actually comes up before we have an approved policy. Let's just deal with it as it comes. Okay, excellent. So now let's get to our food establishment permits. Let's go in order. Let's see. So Sarah, all of these are for approval, nothing. I want to make sure I have it right. So we have are these under number 1? these are annual permits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we should take
Oh,
them one at
sorry.
a time.
I didn't realize it didn't say annual. My fault.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we had it right. We can do them one at a time. I think since they're separate, or can we do them as a lump? Is it, can we put them together?
We can always write them out separately in the minutes. I don't know.
Okay.
We
And
have
they're,
done like consent agendas on food permits at times.
Yeah.
But if they have individual salt, sodium posting, then we'd separate those out.
Are there has Tom flagged any concerns with any of the three annual permits?
The Dover Sherborn baseball organization has a few things they need to remediate, but nothing that prevents their operation.
Okay. Recommended conditions for that one then? Conditions that they have to remediate. I'm sorry, I'm falling apart at this point.
It's okay.
I know that they had a few violations that they had to rectify. So we put that in as a condition? No, they can operate as long as that they have those violations rectified within a timely period, right?
They have to have some of them done within 10 days and some of them done within 90 days.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a condition of the permit. All right, and for Sam's Ice Cream, do we have confirmation from PD that the necessary queries and sorries are in place?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I suggest then, and TC Scoops as well. I'm sorry, I just saw that.
Yeah.
Excellent. I would suggest we do consent agendas for these annuals. So do I have a motion to approve the annual food establishment permits for DS Youth Baseball Snack Shack, TC Scoops, and Sam's Ice Cream, conditional to compliance with all applicable laws?
So moved.
So moved.
Seconded.
Hearing no further discussion.
Carol Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Excellent. Temporary food permits. Anything here that we need to separate out, or can we do these as a consent, Sarah?
I didn't know one of them is for an event at Silverwood Farm. The rest are for the craft fair. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll separate that out. It'll just be cleaner. Okay. But otherwise, no concerns with any of these?
Is it this weekend?
Yep.
It is.
Yes.
It's always before Mother's Day. All right, do I have a motion to approve the temporary food establishment permits for the library craft fair on May 9th for Trolley Dogs, Wicked Fruitful, Robin's Spicy Spice Mix, Sweetie's Candy Bus, and Natural Fruity Berry?
And the farm at Baptist Commons.
Oh, and the farm at Baptist Commons. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Hearing no further discussion.
Carol Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Did I say compliance with all applicable laws? Okay, I don't remember if I said that or
Yeah,
not.
I don't think so, but
Shoot, okay.
go without saying about that. Or if
Okay.
you could,
It is,
I move to amend the last motion with all applicable compliance with all applicable laws.
so moved.
Seconded.
Seconded.
All right, no further discussion.
Carol Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
Thank you, Daryl. I get one more chance to get it right, huh? Do I have a motion to approve the temporary food establishment permit for Wildfire Catering at Silverwood Farms on May 30th of 2026, conditional to compliance with all applicable laws?
So moved.
Seconded.
Hearing no further discussion.
Carol Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
All right. Meeting minutes. I believe we have two sets provided to us that have not been approved. March 18th and April 8th. Am I right on that?
Yes.
All right. For the March 18th, I have reviewed them. I had no significant edits. Do we have anyone who had substantive edits to what was sent out? I think Sarah, you sent that last week, right? And you had already updated edits to it. There were substantive edits that had been submitted. So,
And I made edits on top, but nothing major. Can't remember which one, but one of them had, I assume the AI captured our deliberation on what conditions to include with something. Then we had the motion with all the conditions. I just struck the first session to shorten it. Things like that. Name spellings, minor.
okay. So do I have a motion to approve the March 18th, 2026 meeting minutes with submitted edits?
So moved.
Will we get a copy of the edited version? Because I submitted
It'll be
edits.
posted online.
Sarah sent I don't remember who it was, had submitted edits of substance. Sarah sent that to us. I can't remember the date, Sarah. It was last week. Sent that. She put those edits in red. And then I think what Daryl's saying is she had just some grammatical edits
that I submitted to her late. And I did not see the one with red edits. That's not in my email. Or I didn't see it in my email. Could you know what date you sent that?
You give me a second, I'll pull it. I just need a minute to find it. It was sent Tuesday, the 28th. So that was last week, Tuesday.
Okay. Anyway, I sent some edits, which probably didn't come out early enough for you to receive them.
See them here. I can take a look at them.
That'd be great.
Sarah, you mean now? No.
No, they're quite substantive. Well, not substantive, but a little too substantive for me to read at 11.
So let's see. March 18th we've had one. This will be two. The next meeting will be three. So for compliance with open meeting law, we'll need to approve them at the next meeting. But we can push off approval on these until the next meeting then.
There were no substantive edits for the April 8th meeting minutes, if you wanted to look at those.
Yeah, I did.
Life on our agenda at all.
All right, so we will not vote on March 18th. And Rebecca submitted edits that have not been incorporated of substance. Okay. For March 8th or March 8th, I get it right.
April 8th.
April
8th. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm falling apart here. For April 8th, I have to say I have not gotten to read and review those. But if a majority of the board is ready to vote, that's fine.
I think that might have been, was that April 8th? I think that might have been April 8th.
I was just talking about the March 18th. We have two sets of minutes.
Yeah.
March 18th and April 8th.
April meeting.
Oh, your meeting, okay. Yeah, those had no edits when I sent them out. So
yeah,
I guess we can approve the March 18th.
Yeah. So the edits, I apologize. The edits that I sent were sent for the April meeting. It referenced the March meeting because there was some overlap in content. That's why. But it was not the March 18th minutes. It was the April meeting minutes.
All right. So do I have a motion to approve the March 18th meeting minutes with submitted edits?
So moved.
Seconded.
Hearing no further discussion.
Darrell Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca, aye.
All right, so we have those minutes from March approved. Excellent. So it sounds like the April 8th minutes, we don't have to vote on those tonight. Should we, unless we have a majority of board
We
members who want to
shouldn't
vote?
because those have substantive edits that I haven't
Okay.
looked at.
Yeah.
Sorry, not we, the board. Very tired.
Yeah. My edits are substantive.
Okay. All right, so we will bring those back at our next meeting. We actually have 2 agenda items left. One is next meeting, and then 2 is we need to be able to say goodbye to Diana.
I was gonna say that.
Oh, yeah. But let's
We
do the
made
next
this meeting
agenda.
really long. to
We
spend more
made
time
it
with
so it'll be
Diana.
easy for you to go, Diana.
You just weren't
I
ready
know,
for
I'll
you to go.
remember the ending. Oh,
Yeah, a
we'll
long
make it to
meeting.
11.
We just
Oh,
weren't
no.
ready for you to go yet.
We needed to keep you longer. Well, since we're on the topic, I just wanted to say, Diana, I want to have my gratitude for the last 3 years that you've dedicated to this town and to this board. Your participation has been incredibly meaningful. You've always been thoughtful, well prepared, and I've appreciated your contribution to this board and to our town. You will be missed, and I wish you a very relaxing future in your next chapter.
Thank you, Julie.
I just
I'll
wanted to
say
say,
ditto.
I'm sorry you didn't get a cake from me, but you deserve one.
A
So
cake.
thank you. Yes, planning board got everyone cakes who wasn't coming back. And so I
Oh, that's right. My
and I,
husband came home with some chocolate cake.
he got a cake. I'm sorry, I couldn't get you one.
No, Sarah,
Board of
I
Health.
got cake.
Okay, good.
Planning board cakes in my refrigerator.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure you got something.
Thank
Figured
you,
Heidi
Diana.
had it covered for both of us. Anywho, you're gonna
Always.
miss a doozy of a meeting next week or next
Oh, and
meeting.
this
2 weeks,
wasn't?
What's that, the 20th?
Yes.
More
I could go over what we have unless anyone else has anything they would like to say.
Just want to
I
thank
won't be
Diana
there
as
on the
well.
20th,
Oh, thank you, Mark.
just to let you know.
Daryl's gonna leave us. Okay. And go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No, I was just thanking Diana for her time spent with us as well,
I've
especially
learned a
tonight.
lot about septic systems, and I can
Well,
put that to good use.
Yes.
Good
Excellent.
stuff.
It's very practical information. It is.
Use it
Unless
every
you live in the city.
So, okay.
Next
Diana will be
meeting.
missing next meeting. I think it's next week. Oh my goodness. Next meeting, we have a variance hearing for 21 Goulding Street, and then we also have 4 permit reviews for bedrock disruption. However, Diana's laugh, I'm sorry. For 57, 61, 63, and 65 Farm Road, because they are all abutting themselves. They have the same list of abutters within a quarter mile. However, they did each get their own time slot. If the board wishes to alter how that's laid out on the meeting, that's completely fine. I know for a fact that the abutter notifications have been sent out because we have already gotten phone calls asking questions about what a ledge is. And so that will be happening then as well. And then also the Farm Pond 2026 bathing beach permit will be up for review. The second review of the permit fee waiver policy, and more than likely the review of the camp permits for Sweet Meadow Farm, plus whatever else. Did we want to review 155 Maple again? We don't have to decide.
definitely.
Yeah, we need to keep that moving.
Got it.
We need to see. Thank you for that. And I think tentatively CNL Frosty, I think we only need to review that if it looks like they're not going to be able to complete work and have it signed off on by the end of May. And there's nothing else that comes to mind. Excellent. Diana, would you like to do the honors for adjournment? Would you like to make the motion?
Oh, make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah.
So
So
moved.
moved. Seconded. Hearing no further
Any discussion?
No.
Don't go, but oh well. Daryl Beardsley, aye.
Steve Constantine, aye.
Julie Dreyfus, aye.
Diana Hook, aye.
Rebecca Honeywell, aye.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. Thank
Good
you.
night. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night. What if I told you guys this didn't record? How mad would you all?
That'd be bad. No. Okay, bye.
Bye.
I was just joking. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Aye.